Yeah. 봤어 일기예보 불어나는 계곡 폭포 flowing down 이 약속 통을 제로 젖어 You got Jesse on the stick.
Let's get him wet. We getting lit, boy. I'ma make it wet. Slip into your pants. I'ma make it quick. Dripping down, hardy tangia with it.
Hello. Welcome everyone to Blue Span's Dota 2 stream. English only, thanks. Hello Roman, hello Blend, hello Lulu.
When you see me on the block, 보여줄게 what it feels to be on top. 옥상 따라와.
See me in the whip, and she going down all around. Run it, cut you down to the ground. Hit it from the back, 100 racks on the track, let it stack. She wants me to whip it fast, holla back.
먹구름 coming through, I'm coming for the cheddar. 물 마셔, 비가 내려. I'm good when I'm good, when I'm bad, I'm better. Think you got the juice, but I'm wetter.
Hello Ignito, hello Raphael. I'm good, how are you? Hello GTA.
젖은 소매 걷어 땀에 절은 옷은 벗어 젖은 그물 훅빈 hit the buzzer 젖은 셔터 떨어 흠뻑 젖을 때까지 지 밤새도록 내린 비 100 rounds of 접시 한서봉에 떡집 섭씨 백도 오늘 밤 불조심 put your flame 소나기 오늘 날씨 입어 우비 make it rain flooded 심사임다 홍수 난내 지갑 날씬한 hurricane 위아래로 shake it up 엉덩이 quake 흔들어 제껴 다리 불려지진 일차로 두 병 까고
Hello Vinit.
집으로 바로 then straight to the kitchen for the cherry I'm whipping
먹구름 coming through, I'm coming for the cheddar. 물 마셔, 비가 내려. I'm good when I'm good, when I'm bad, I'm better. Think you got the juice, but I'm wetter.
Well Vinny, you have studies every day, man.
coming through, I'm coming for the cheddar. 물 마셔 비가 내려. I'm good when I'm good, when I'm bad, I'm better. 맺힌 땀방울 곧 있으면 떨어.
먹구름 coming through, I'm coming for the cheddar. 물 마셔 비가 내려. I'm good when I'm good, when I'm bad, I'm better. Think you got the juice, but I'm wetter.
Am I gonna practice all day or just a few games? Probably for the next 5 to 7 hours or so. Why do you ask?
Wetter.
Trouble, our destiny. 누가 더 아파, 누가 더 사랑해. 내겐
Hello Nessa.
날 보고 있으면 난 웃지, 이렇게 웃지.
Oh, we got a game. Oh, Battle Pass on my Smurf. Everybody's favorite song. Oh, I need more coffee for this shit. Too sleepy.
Trouble, our destiny. 누가 더 아파, 누가 더 사랑해. 내게 미친 날 보고 있으면 난 웃지, 이렇게 웃지.
Your turn to bat. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Oh, Pie Bat. I'm just playing some Dota 2, man.
번쩍 빛나네 네가 뭐 그리 잘났어 나의 감정이 없는 사람 취급하고 또 그게 당연하다는 듯 꿇어 넌 알긴 알까 나도 사람이란 걸 찌르면 아파 간지럽히면 웃어 화는 내 줄도 알고 슬프면 울어 엮였어
Yeah, Vinny, you like the Ember?
답이 희슬리 있나
Wonder if you guys will get bored of it. Been playing lots of Ember.
Your turn to pick.
Thanks, Lulu.
겪을 만큼 겪었어 난들을 볼 일 없어 너와 나 사이 일 없어
10 seconds remaining.
얕했고
5
볼장난
seconds
받고
remaining.
넌 그냥 머리 꼭지부터 발끝까지 최악 별 같은 소리하고 앉았네 불 꺼 그만
Your
난
turn
자러
to
갈래
pick.
수고
Hey, Matt, how's it going? What's your Paragon level now?
10 seconds
Hi,
remaining.
BJ.
5 seconds remaining.
Can you fuckers pick? Jesus.
내가 미친 건지 네가 미친 건지 미친 너를 못 떠나 내가 미친 거지
630. Okay, I think it was like 580 or something. Oh fuck! Tried to ban Shadow Shaman last night. I mean, just now.
별일 없던 듯이 괜히 좀 더 크게 웃고 멋대로 취해봐도 상관없단 듯이 달리는 차에 소리를 질러봐도 맘은 그대로인지
What of Raj?
Turn to pick.
내 마음은 그새 클럽을 비집고 감정 따윈 없이 그저 외로움을 피해 낯선 여자와 밖으로 사라진 오늘 밤도 난
Your turn to pick.
그녀의 셔츠를 풀어
See you in a bit, Vinny.
얽매인 끈을 풀어 Girl, now I'm looking for love, for love. 시간이 지날수록 보이는 기분이 어느새 난 내게 끌리는 목소리 끌리는 널 보는 네 모습이
My Sumiya. Have you ever seen me and Sumiya in the same room?
미안했던 건지 기분 탓이었는지 평소와 달리
Oh, refresher Invoker game.
찾아간 밤의 기억이 잊혀지질 않아 낯선 남자와의 짙은 적까지도 대체 왜 그런 건지 핑계 한마디 없이 오히려 나를
Could I get a award for mid 2, please?
없이 끝을 말했던 너가 뭐가 좋아 난 아직도 헤매는지
Hello, AJ.
맺힌 감정을 풀어 미련의 끈을 풀어
Oh, swaggin'.
이긴 벼져 벼져 시간이 지날수록 보이는 기분이
Come on, man. What the? Pick your fucking hero.
정해진 순서 없이 상대를 한꺼풀씩 뻗기
What? God damn it.
여느 때보다 깊은 대화 중에 놀이 이상 가까워지면 안돼 각자의 품에 낯선 향기가
Fuck. I don't understand why people accept cues, right? And then they just go AFK.
야 진짜 섹시한 관계 I will do it tonight
Why you do this?
Special duet stage 환상의 호흡을 자랑해줘 Show me what you got 내 마이크 잡았을 때
Yo, Lagger, how you doing?
창해줘
I'm gonna grab a sweater real quick, Chris.
가는 잠자는 걸 알아줘 Shall I come to pick you up 아님 주소 찍고 일로 와 오늘 밤도 난 풀어 No, I'm not looking for love, for love. records, let's get it, boy. Look.
Glad you like the hoodie, BJ.
Down in the basement getting fed. Been doing it since the get. I ain't trying to go to bed. Sharpen my swords daily. These rappers, I want their heads. Growing up in the East Coast from the Migos, all I heard was Chinito in the park shooting free throws, sipping OE like it's Corvino. Make this next shot for
Glad you like the hoodie, Christian. Hello, Ohio. Is it cold here? Yeah, a bit. Just in the morning. It's gonna get warmer in the afternoon. Hello, Edward.
Sell my soul to burn, I'm fly as hell above the clouds. Cause I'll be dead if I stay so stuck in the lane of Trump. No man you can trust, got me strapped in cuffs, back of the bus and a blast to the gut.
Yes, I had donation and I addressed it. Thank you for reminding me.
All the way up, bro. Pass that back, let me get the last shot. Slap shot, knock out that puck to fake rappers looking like a mascot. Chase the pace form, my words are loud in quiet storms. Firstborn, I'm airborne. Dropping out breaks, feel the pain of nails and thorns. 99% fence with hills. Now, boy, the fact that you not half the man. I am shy and I dance with wolves the way I'm built. Real skills, kill.
How much is my hoodie?
Lights out.
Like $30 US. Why, are you gonna buy it? Hello, Ovalax. Hello, Didi.
뭐 마스코가誰か知ったやろ知らねえならとりあえずこいつ聞いとけ
What the Can't even tell the difference between these two. Okay, we've got a game.
Your turn to bat. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
98, motherfucker.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh, jacked. Oh my god, they have a Chen player. Is chat dead or is just no one saying anything?
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Hey Lager, if there's no one talking, try not to add fuel to the fire, you know what I mean? Hello Sahil.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Pick, motherfuckers. Holy shit.
Your turn to pick.
Mad Max!
Your turn to pick.
Do I play Invoker or do I play Ember Spirit?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Alright, let's do Invoker. Fuck, I can't buy my mantle now. Because you guys don't pick quickly enough. Can I get a ward and 2 tangos, please? Wex Exort? More blue span. Baba Yaga! Baba Yaga. Thanks, Yorick.
I am committed.
Hey, Yorick, I think you came in here thanking me for playing with you the other day, right? I think I said nothing. Oh, you're welcome.
Enlightenment stands ready. Tis tedious. Over yon.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Excellent. Try so long. Concentration.
Am I gonna make it for my block? I'm not gonna make it.
Battle begins.
So begins a new age of knowledge. With speed.
Yo, this guy has no chill, man. Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
Nigh unto death. An honor to fight me. Thus and so. I will keep it in mind. So it is said. This bores me.
Times are hard for you.
Thither I go.
Okay.
Behold! Unto battle! Of course.
That's good, man. Very good logic. Ooh.
Concentration.
Fucking hell.
Rotated.
Such tedium. Hurriedly. Go for the attack.
Ah, shit.
Ally from north.
Okay.
So it is said, behold,
He doesn't have a ward. Yes.
you dare fight
That's fine. You can go, man. Go, go.
this bores me.
I de-warded his ward earlier, so I don't think he necessarily has vision. Ah!
손에 걷어 땀에 겨른 옷은 벗어 젖은 그물 훅 벗어 터진 셔터 떨어 흠뻑 젖을 때까지 지 밤새도록 내린 비 접시 한손 몸에 덕지 섭씨 백도 오늘 밤 불조심 put your flame 소나기 오늘 날씨 입어 웨이 허리 심사임자 홍수 난내 지갑야 역시 난 위아래 엉덩이 퀘이크 concentration shatter 두병 까고
Coming through, I'm coming for the cheddar. 물 마셔, 비가
Got him.
I'm good when I'm bad, I'm better. Think you got the juice, but I'm wetter.
Thanks, Debbie.
I'm coming for the cheddar. 물 마셔 비가 내려. I'm good when I'm good when I'm bad I'm better. 맺힌 땀방울 어디 있으면 따라.
Coming through, I'm coming for the cheddar. 물 마셔 비가 내려. I'm good when I'm bad I'm better. Think you got the juice, but I'm wetter.
As need be. Mine Paladin's most cunning fabrications.
Oh my god, my Midas.
So mote it be. Of an incantation long remembered. Short-sighted of me.
English only, thanks.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm giving my pepper 당연히 똥 씹으냐 왜 이래 반응이 홀로 너 보내 한 방에 니 말을 딱 잘라당 가래기 싸대기 집게 손자국이 엎어까 깨지니 강냉이 얌자 같은 새끼 까고도 까야지 김팀장 통장 도장 쿡내 그림자가 그림 몽타주 껌먹이 사장 뿌려 탱장
Yeah, man, I'm not really gonna provide a streaming tutorial, man.
후배 숙제 죽게 뷔페 고기 뷔페 수술이 순대 큰 그릇 특대 판가라 엎어 뷔페 뻑뻑뻑 번지기 덕덕 구레 번지기 쫙쫙 국태수
I proceed.
미리 꺼져 육커 라따라난 천지기 뻑뻑뻑 번지기 덕덕 구레 번지기 쫙쫙 국태수 밀어 꺼져 6번지기 늘어 터진 6번지기 미리 꺼져 6컵지기 라따라난 천지기 You fraudulent inject that collagen onto your cartilage only around for a season you hang like ornament I'm tearing down all of it fake rappers are confident then I'm ripping down open condiments straight taggledy that memory girl know what's up but that's it properly taking heads by the dozen this neighborhood bubble be buzzing US and London tapping and doubling the running the shit and be bubbling whip that bitch ass every day son you with my hurricane have a taste elevate predicate clap 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 boy look at the rubber like a chain name $1 bill rubber band me
Exhort.
when you alone with that kid I ain't got showing love straight duds more than we touching my duds get out my truck I'm ready that clutch
Who threatens my concentration?
No, Lou is right. Like, if you can't figure out how to stream, then you probably didn't stream, right?
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Like, if you can't follow instructions, like literal instructions, right? Then I don't know how you can do things, right?
Spirit. Concentration.
for little toil. A charming pretty. Avowedly. From the athwart my path. Ooh, arcanery thrives. Not yet. Exhort. I'm well aware. This bores me. From the arcade. People be starving. Avowedly. Ravagers of armor and will, Mercury, chaos, meeting.
Raw Dota stream is so boring. Why is it so boring, man?
Charming. Desperate mandate of impetuous strife. Well away. Hither I go. My mind is my arcanery. Away, one of my favorites. An incantation long remembered.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll keep it in mind. Exhort Draonis.
Ah! Fuck! Oh.
Dire structures are fortified.
I'll not be interrupted.
Hey, you guys want streamer of no emotion? You want no emotion streamer? Oh, okay.
All the way up, bro. Pass that back. Let me get the last shot. Slap shot the fuck out that puck to fake rappers looking like a mascot.
Concentration.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Stands ready.
Monkey King top. Monkey King top.
Threatens my concentration.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
What the fuck, man? Why are you scared, dude? Oh, mana, dude.
Tornado, nothing, no mana. Shit.
No mana, dude.
Damn, I picked the wrong hero. It's too bad I picked first. I could have never known.
I need 5 more mana for Ghostwalk, dude.
Oh, stop talking already.
Dude, Deafening Blast is so expensive. Like, I don't understand. Like, why don't they make it cheaper? I suppose it would be too difficult to make it cheaper.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that's premeditated. I'm a jungler, excuse me? Come on, Pierre! Oh my goodness.
Just a dagger. Anything. You didn't have mana because you didn't have any items.
I lost to mid? How did I lose to mid?
You're not contesting anything.
Dire structures are fortified.
Okay, so Monkey King just got like 2 or 3 kills just now, right? I'm level 12. Invoker is not supposed to win lane anyway. Fucking retard.
Pick a hero who can.
Your middle tower
You're not
is
doing
under
too good.
attack.
Okay, so if the conditions of playing Dota 2 were to win every lane, then you would never pick heroes like Invoker or Spectre. Idiots. Oh my god.
Those heroes are pretty bad.
Yeah, you guys have no idea what you're talking about.
I am committed.
Yeah, so when mid one and Miracle pick Invoker, you don't talk shit, right?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, real pro, man. Real pro. We're running around the whole time and you just don't use your ultimate. Are you using it, saving it for last game? You're gonna tell people how to play? Make sure you know how to press buttons first. This Ty, he doesn't use his abilities. What a fucking retard. Yeah, Tide was the one talking smack. That was him.
Of course. Mindful Mercury abounds.
Oh god. Look at this guy. Why would I better play Ember Spirit? Hey, RG, I don't know if people use scripts or whatever. Oh my god.
The learned one strikes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
Oh my god. Hi, Connie.
Scepter. Hither I go. Tradition.
그는 청소도 간지가 펄펄 그 위에 까만 먼저 뻔하는 번거 무대 위를 컨커 날아다녀 번거 뛰어가 번개 역해나 금빛 썬더 시몬아치 범버 하루 깨게 정서 시간들 뒤떴던 것들에 비뚤어진 코뼈 내면에서 털럭 나밖에 못해 폭격 나 따라하려다 너네도 똥 묻히고 Welcome to my palace 딴 놈들 아직 jealous 이상한 곳에 데려가 죽여 You be my palace 해봤잖아 아빠 나 랩 성령 무대 위에 꽐라 느낀다면 빨라 벌리고 불러 모으는 밤새 요즘불이 너무 태장하게 강제 지금 내 기분은 완전 쳤어하게 떨어지면
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Just trying to bait him here. That was unnecessary. Thought he was not gonna die that quickly.
Keep running, P. I have tornado free. Blink. You think you're so good or something, Tide? There's Chen, dude. What level's Tide? Yeah, and you're 14. Okay, bud. Man, I need to mute this guy. He's so fucking whiny, like a little bitch.
Yo, gym rapper that's sounding extra lame. Put you in your place, call that real estate.
Oh, big difference. Alright, I muted him. Tired of his shit. Oh,
Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
depends how much you care and how good your shot calling is. Remember, any idiot can make a call, right?
Your bottom barracks,
Like, this is my Smurf. I don't give a shit about these games.
your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks, the enemy's top tower has fallen.
Oh, we can't win this game, dude. Hey, Gaben. Hi, Desco.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Radiant
What a stupid fucking bitch this Tide. I report this ass. You know, I really don't give a shit about the screen sometimes, and I just want to report. Ooh. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Lulu. Where's this fucking Tide? Very toxic.
Your turn to battle.
You know what? I gave.
5 seconds remaining.
Wait, let me open these gifts from Lulu, guys. Oh shit. Thanks, Lulu. Oh, I have some invoker items. Oh, nice. CK. You want a CK game, Lagger? I'll think about it. Thank you, Lagger and Lulu. No, we just played this one. Whatever.
야마지게 내 속에 채워 게을러지 장기와 내 속에 태워 마야가 내온이들이 시키는
Your
지만의
turn
같은
to pick.
밤마다 너는 하세요 yo
Your turn to pick.
What position Monkey King is that?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Can you answer the question, please? Oh man. This guy doesn't say anything. Oops, I keep pressing the wrong button, guys. Keep changing the music.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
마야가 내온이들이 시키는 지만의 킹 같은 밤마다 너는 하세요 yo 꼰대들의 동공 지진을 위해서 혼자 때리는 devil's goals 죽여주는 월화는 행복 내 죽었다 걔나도 못되는 도주 우리 아직 젊은 매일 밤들이 보호 요상한 마크와 일상의 색깔의 술들은 저리
No begging, thank you, man. No one's gonna give you a fucking Arcana, okay, bud?
It's in the bag.
Okay. Guy doesn't want to support.
You're asking me if it's in the bag? I ain't the bloody bag.
The road is endless. Walk a warrior's way.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Because you're a top 400 player, am I right?
All paths find serenity. The way
The battle begins.
Sucker.
learn balance. On and on again. No path but through. What must be discovered? It must be done.
What was bad? Huh?
Flame lights the way.
Oh, I'm the sucker. Oh, okay. And you're a top 400 player? Do you remember the part where I asked you to invite me?
Be cautious.
Send me a party invite from your top 400 account. Do you remember that part? I remember that part. I remember when you didn't do it. Because I remember.
Never refuse good given. A journey without end.
Yo, jump rapper that's sounding extra lame. Put you in your place,
Balance
call
in
that
all
real estate.
things.
Rap in South Korea, that's where we fucking be.
Destiny awaits us all. Harmony must be earned in you and I. You will be
Hey, let's get a wand.
The stalwart flame flickers.
Oh, top 400 player wants to play 1 vs 1, huh? Oh, okay. Why do you think that even matters?
Dangers lie here. Fear not the forest.
Jesus.
All action is reaction. Tis not yet time. What must be discovered?
You know, should I go back to base?
Flame lights the way. The road is endless. You have no chance. Harmony must be earned.
Oh yeah, you're a noob top 400 player? Oh, okay. So everyone in the stream must suck dick then, huh?
A test of training. Balance in all things.
What the fuck's wrong with that troll?
All paths find serenity. None escape my fire.
Unified Quelling Blade. Yeah, he's got it.
Fire shall teach you. What dangers lie here? You feed the flame. A trial by fire.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm dead, dude. Can I get that courier, please?
More must be taught. Be wary. Be cautious.
Yeah, I can change this guy punch.
Walk a warrior's way.
Woo! Nice job, bud. Here, you guys farm. I'm gonna go grab runes and bottle.
A journey without end. On and on again.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't worry about mid, it's issues. Worry about your lanes.
Come on, get the troll, dude. What the fuck?
Your middle tower is under
The wrong target.
All action is reaction. Captured in the flame. The way is clear. What's the opposite of renaissance? None escape my fire.
Zero interest in playing with you. I don't give a shit, dude.
We can gank it out.
But through. Fear not the forest. Be wary. Be cautious.
Hey, DD, glad you like it. I spent a lot of money on it, and most people just complain.
Is reaction. All paths find serenity. A journey without end.
Wait, didn't he had Quelling Blade, it's gone.
Humility.
Holy shit, there's so many people here.
Coming bottom, I have a haste, and we.
Okay. Oh man. Ah, shit.
Silence.
It's okay, trash talk. You didn't know. You're on a very long list.
Flicker on the wind. The way is clear. A test of
You're on a very long list, you know.
I shall teach you. Destiny awaits us all. Illusion. On and on again. Prepare for a lesson. The stalwart flame flickers.
Yeah, I don't want to be mid anymore. I don't even have boots, dude.
No path but through. What dangers lie here?
Drow go ancients.
Harmony must be earned. Walk a warrior's way. Fear not the forest.
Strike!
The road is endless. On and on again. Be wary. Be cautious. Carry forth the flame. Walk a warrior's way.
What kind of attack range is that? My god. I wasn't even looking at it properly.
You face the flame.
I'll take that.
You will be feared. A trial by fire. You have no chance. Flame lights the way.
Oh, it's Drow not going ancients, dude.
Your end has come. all things. I shall teach you. The way is clear.
Drago Ancients, man. You know, she doesn't have much mana left, huh?
A journey. Fear not beyond your way.
Oh.
What must be discovered? The road is endless. None escape my fire.
Oh. Normal music also gives me no ad revenue. Yeah, so I make no money from this, man.
All paths find serenity. All action is reaction.
Yo, y'all can't do this without your boy Flo, man.
No path but through. Beware, be swift. You face the flame. It must be done. Harmony must be earned. And away I go.
This monkey and I, you know.
Come and learn humility. The stalwart flame flickers. All paths find serenity. All action is reaction.
Oh shit. What do you think I'm doing, man?
Radiant structures are fortified.
That sporting fellow.
Why would we use it in the middle?
You will see.
Your top tower is under the enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
What must be discovered? Burn forth, my friend.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Radiant structures are fortified.
정해진 순서 없이 상대를 한꺼풀씩 뻗기시 불이 꺼지면 더 뜨거워지 지켜는 때보다 깊은 대화 중에 놀이 이상 가까워지면 안돼 각자의 품에 나서 우리가 돌아야 진짜 섹시한 광대 I will do it tonight private special doing things 환상의 호흡을 자랑해줘 내 마이크 잡았을 때 바이브레이션 너가 창해줘 이건 곤충 채집으로 못 가는 잠다른 걸 알아도 Shall I come to pick you up 아님 주소 찍고 일로 와 오늘 밤도 난
Destiny awaits us all. The stalwart flame flickers. A journey without end. Be wary, be cautious.
3 can play at this game.
Okay.
Balance in all things.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Puck's coming.
On and on again. Your end has come. My image steps forward.
Your top tower is under attack.
Away from me, man.
Flame lights the way.
Dire structures are fortified.
Fear not the forest. The road is endless. You have been schooled. All paths find serenity. It must be done. Hurry to the fray. Lost within the maelstrom.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Make haste. Be well, be swift.
Oh my god! No! What are you? Dude, oh my god. He's just waiting there at the... Coincidence. There's no way his mind games is so good. Seriously. No. There's no way he was waiting in the perfect spot. Pew, 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 pew. Woo. No, I highly doubt he read me like a book, dude. It's just coincidence. No way, man.
Balance assured. A trial by fire. Destiny awaits us all. Walk a warrior. Burn forth, my friend. Come and learn humility. What dangers lie here? Balance in all things. A journey without end.
I'll take that.
What must be done, you and I? On and on again. My image steps forward. Harmony must be
Wait, I put a ward here and they found it? You know what that means? It means they have order here.
The road is endless. I shall teach you. Flame lights the way. Fear not the 40 on your way.
Oh man, why did I go in? Doesn't mean. Okay, Tundra, I will say it again. They dewarded this ward here, so therefore they have a ward here. That's what it means. I didn't say anything about stream sniping, man. Come on, listening.
Fortified.
Well, you say you know, but then you ask the question, they're stream sniping? No, that's not what I said.
Stillness guide thought. The stalwart flame flickers. I am not ready.
What the fuck?
A trial by fire.
Okay, man.
All action is reaction. I could do this all day.
Okay, nice joke.
The way is clear. The road is endless. Hurry to the fray.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
End has come. Serenity.
Enemy's top tower has fallen.
Balance in all things. A journey without end. On and on.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Be wary. Be cautious. What plans I have.
Holy fuck, can you stop backseat gaming, guys?
Flame lights the way.
How do you think I killed the ward up here, man? With my quelling blade. Oh my god.
Must be done.
Where's the ward? Okay.
Destiny awaits us all. Carry forth the flame. What must be? Fear not the forest. What dangers lie here?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Never refuse gold given. Prepare for a lesson. A test of training.
It's probably just a sentry.
Who's that scorching fellow?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I shall teach you. Walk a warrior's way. Step aside. The stalwart flame. Behold, a subtle. Tis not yet time. Balance in all things.
Apparently I'm the position 5, guys.
A journey without end. No path
The fuck, Pudge?
must be discovered. All action is reaction. Flame lights the way.
This Pudge doesn't support anymore. And then he wastes my support stuff. Holy shit, what's going on over there?
I needn't fear. Destiny awaits us all.
Would I pick Invoker today? Yeah, sure, Robert. I can play Invoker for donation. Would you like to make a donation? What the fuck? They found a ward here? Alright, now it means they stream snipe. Oh, you support now, do you, Pudge?
Walk a warrior's way.
Who's begging? Lauer.
The road is in.
You know what?
Burn forth, my friend.
Oh god.
The way is clear. All paths find. So carry forth the flame.
Oh shit, dude.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, that's
Shamed in searing heat. Be wary. Be cautious.
yeah, well, this Pudge is getting bullied fucking so hard.
It must be done. Who's that sporting fellow? What dangers lie here? My searing chains.
Ooh.
The stalwart flame flickers.
Here's more words.
Walk a warrior's way. What dangers lie here?
Keep pushing. Push, 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 push.
What do you... Everyone except for Monkey King's pushing.
You face the flame. Hurry to the fray.
Monkey King, bro, there's a tower that you can go
Let him get the
take
runes.
right now.
And on again. Tis not yet time. Tis not yet time. Be wary.
Just pushing when they go on me, you guys are fine.
The road is in. My image steps forward.
Take that.
You have no chance. None escape.
Goddamn Monkey King, dude, just go.
You're not wrong.
A trial by fire.
Oh man, what a boring siege.
no Sonic Wave.
Destiny awaits us all.
They can't defend like this. They don't have the... They must be all together.
Monster kill. That's the way.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Where did I go? Where? What the? How am I over here? Did you guys even see the remnant travel? What the fuck happened? You know?
The enemy's middle base has fallen.
Fear not.
Do you guys see remnant travel? I didn't even see it.
No path, but through.
What the fuck? Like, I thought I was dead. Mommy, am I in heaven?
I need more time.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Yeah, magic indeed.
Harmony must be earned.
Yeah, to be honest, I panicked. I pressed a lot of buttons at the same time, not gonna lie.
None escape my fire. Who's that scorching fellow? In all things. I am not ready. Be on your way.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
You don't think a remnant was even put down in the first place? It is a fact that it was.
You have no chance. What must be discovered? A journey without end.
There. Flaming. My Monkey King is so idiot. What's wrong with my Monkey King? Silencer Atos?
The way is clear. Carry forth the flame.
You've been donating my snacks. Oh, and for Hero's Pick.
A warrior's way.
But most important, remember my snacks. Lulu is not my owner, she my butler. WUF.
You know, there's a lot of truth to what you just said.
No path, but through.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Hey, Snail Poop, unban him. I think he's referring to the spammer, but I could be wrong. Oh, wait, actually, is that what he said? Actually, I don't even know now. To be honest, maybe I don't know if he deserves to be banned or not. I'll let you guys decide, okay? You guys can be democratic about it. Alright, there you go. Okay, see you later, Snail Poop. Me, MVP? Seriously, Puck did the most building damage? Huh. I'm just a position 5 Ember Spirit, bro.
Hey, yo, hold up. Bring that beat back real quick, man. Yo, y'all can't do this without your boy Flo, man. Yeah. Come down, simple man to the game. Y'all get thrown out with the bouquet. Coax, butter on that, but she my moon, muscle like a fishing in the buffet. You can have it, you see through nothing but big skinny dipping down the Phuket. Home must have got if you forgot that I'm hot, then I come at you like a dookie. That I have too far for you to follow you and never reach the key like I never got your old letter. So to get the crib, won't let it flow.
Hi, Mini Snipe.
Full course meal, I'ma get the money in the tummy, I'ma make room. 600 원 내가 털 테니 기대해 올 삼겹살 불도 요리 coming so on, boom.
New game. What hero am I playing next? I don't even know.
Your turn to ban.
Hey Tanja, why would I do something like that?
Remaining. Your turn to pick.
I don't know, I'm getting kind of tired of Ember. Been playing him too much recently.
10 seconds
I'm
remaining.
gonna play my axe. Axe! Okay, Tanja, but you didn't answer my question. Once again, listening. 3 or 4. You're back. Go to the bathroom.
I ain't gonna check your truck, what's up? Cause I ain't got time for you bums, no love. 남 속이고 돈 또 벌어 유뻥지기 신상 털털 털어. I'm giving my 100% 당연히 똥 씹으냐 왜 이래 반응이 홀로 너 보내 한 방에 니 말은 딱 잘라던 카레기 싸대기 찢겨 손자국이 엎어까지 니 강냉이 얌바 같은 새끼 까고도 까야지 김 팀장 통장 도장 쿡내 그림자가 그림 몽타주 엿먹이 사장 뿌려 탱장국 갓길에 가자구 노 빠꾸 지네끼리 헤쳐먹어 스매끼리 손도 보다 새끼 잘라버려 추적하는 비리자가 빌릴만한 편집하기 쉽진 않아 나에게 주비지만 이제 너는 믿지 않아야 삐진 후배 숙제 죽게 뷔페 고기 뷔페 수술이 순대 큰 그릇 특대 판가라 엎어 뷔페 뻑뻑뻑 번지기 덕덕 구레 번지기 찹찹 쿡 태투 밀어 꺼져 6번지기 늘어 터진 6번지기 미리 꺼져 6컵지기 따따따따 라따라난 처음지기 뻑뻑뻑 6번지기 덕덕 구레 번지기 찹찹 쿡 태투 밀어 꺼져 6번지기 늘어 터진 6번지기 미리 꺼져 6컵지기 따따따따따 라따라난 처음지기 You fraudulent inject that collagen from your heart to your cartilage only around for a season you hang like ornaments I'm tearing down all of it fake rappers confident till I rip it down open condiments straight tag 우리 다 마무리 Yo girl know what's up with us a property taking ass by the dozen this neighborhood bubbling buzzing you a celeb and jumping it up and I'm running the ship and be bubbling whip that bitch ass every day son you with my Harry Kane hesitate salivate pedicate clap 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 that tatted face hey boy looking like a rubber like a chain $1 bill rubber band me funny nobody with your gang the moment you alone get the back cane I ain't got time for your bugs don't want funds and never showing love you a straight dud boy don't be touching my duds get out my truck I flips that clutch fuck you bunjiggy tuck cool that bunjiggy drop top cool tattoos 밀어 꺼져 6번지기 늘어 터진 6번지기 미리 꺼져 6컵지기 따따따따 라따라난 처음지기 빡빡빡 6번지기 빡빡 구레 번지기 쫙쫙 쿡 태투 밀어 꺼져 6번지기 늘어 터진 6번지기 미리 꺼져 6컵지기
Tanja, how often do you see me get stream sniped, man? Yes.
Your turn to pick.
Am I as buff as Axe? Yes! Of course. What is the stream, man? I don't even know.
야마지게 내 속에 채워 게을러지지 않기와 내 속에 태워 마야가 내온 이들이 시키는 짓만의 킹 같은 밤마다 너는 하세요 꼰대들의 동공 지진을 위해서 앉아 때리는 devils goes 죽여주는 월화는 행복이 내 죽었다 깨나도 모르겠다 우리 아직 젊은 매일 밤들이 보여 여성은 마크와 일성은 색깔의 술들은 저리죠 난 야마자게
Most brained hero to play, Yorick? Wraith King.
우리 집 거실에 얇고 컬렉션이야 한 잔의 야마자게 혈관 내 버튼 뜨거워진 vibe 일어나 젖으면 되지 이 밤이 지나면 제정신을 잃었지
Enemies need killing. It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
This one is powerful. Axe charges.
Another Terminator movie that's a sequel to the second Terminator movie. So, Terminator 3? What did I tell this line?
Axe run.
Thirty seconds to battle.
To battle. Forward. Cut and run.
The battle begins.
Rest is for the dead. There can be no battle till axe is at hand. And axe is. To the enemy. Into war's teeth. Rest is for the dead.
I don't do music suggestions.
Axe goes. Take my blade. Into war's teeth. Axe sharpens. Axe charges.
Nope. Can I get banned on JRL? He's too stupid.
Enemies need
Thanks.
killing.
Wait, this guy doesn't have stout shield, huh? What an idiot.
To the enemy.
Ban for him. Ban. Yeah, there you go.
Good
Yeah,
day,
just too stupid, you know?
Attack. To battle. Axe run. Cut and run. Rest is for the dead. A slice of the action. Stray coin of the realm. Cut and run. To the enemy. Forward. Axe charges. Fight if you can. Enemies need killing. Into war's teeth. To battle. Prove yourself. None for you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wet my blade.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Axe run.
What the fuck? I missed that? Are you serious? How?
Axe, axe. Axe goes.
iPhone right in my bitch too. Niggas can't fuck with the rebel, it's my mental. Way more advanced than these sucker niggas low key. Yeah, I touch more currency, been overseas before illegally. Old enough to get a fucking drink. Oh shit, what the fuck you think? Boy, I'm so wavy, I've been drowning in the underwater tank. Flexing with the Grim Reaper chain. Yeah, I'm pimping, baby boy. I call these hoes by their slave name. You hang on with a noose, I use a gold chain. Everybody know I keep a G real. Rebel like the nigga sales, and you know these seats kills. I ride for my niggas, I'm like God. To these niggas, walk on water with these Simmons, I'm Jesus. To these bitches, yeah, y'all niggas only care about the hype. I only pipe a bitch if I spend
Good day to fight.
low, then I flip for the high. Snakes on the team, and they pop up on the place. Watch they eyes.
Axe brings the axe. Axe goes. Forward. Show your
Your middle tower is under attack.
to battle. Rest is for the dead. Axe run. Face your force. To the enemy. Axe charges. Cut and run. Good day to fight. Axe attacks. Into war's teeth. Vanguard. Axe trades in death. Here comes the axe. Take my blade. Get some.
Come on, fucking spin already, you fucking bitch!
Enemies need killing. To battle. Axe go. Good day to fight. Rest is for the dead. Cut and run. Wet my blade. Axe charges. To the enemy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Forward.
We go hard. Rebel like we go hard. Cohort, we go hard. Rebel like we go hard.
Following me for 1 year.
We go hard. Rebel like we go hard. Cohort, we go hard.
Keeps demanding attention.
Is under attack.
Okay, man.
Axe runs. Enemies need killing. Axe attack. Axe brings the axe. To the enemy. Axe go. Good day to fight. Prove yourself. To battle. Axe charges. A slice of the action. Forward.
Your top tower is under attack.
Axe
Radiant structures are fortified.
It is not yet time.
Your top tower is under attack.
The axe. Into war.
Your top tower is under attack.
Enemies need
Your top
killing.
tower is under attack.
Cut and run.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Rest is for the dead. Show your worth. Axe run.
Oh shit!
To battle. Money changes hands. Enemies need killing. To the
I should have looked at those numbers, my Culling Blade numbers, a little bit more so I can... Okay, so the kill threshold is 250, 250, 250. Soon to be 325. Wrong way? Okay, which way do I run?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
now continue. Fight if you can. Axe trades in death. Forward. Axe charges. A slice of the axe. day to fight. Rest is for the dead. Show your worth. Cut and run.
What the fuck?
Cut to the chase.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Fight if you can. Into war, team. Not by blade alone.
Oh, you stop for that shit, man?
Radiant structures are fortified.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Into war, team. It is not yet time.
Actually, you were begging for attention. You've come in here like 2 or 3 times. You're like, here's what you said, man. You're like, woo! Shout out to the Philippines, woo! That's literally begging for attention.
Enemies need killing.
You say you don't, but that's exactly what you do.
Yet time. Rest is for the dead. Axe attacks. Forward.
Alright, then. Axe is definitely not carrying portal scrolls.
To the enemy.
Your top tower is under attack.
Axe charges.
I think they're gonna come gank me.
Tower is under attack.
The axe. To battle. Not yet. Axe placed in death. Axe is not ready.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Wet my blade.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Blink dagger.
Huh.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fight if you A slice of the axe. It is not yet time.
That suck.
Brother, we just took 3 of them down. You should be pushing left mid, bro. Or get them cob. Do not go jungle, bro. Get a clue.
Cut and run.
You need objective, not farm.
Uh-huh.
Let's go. Here comes the axe. Taste my blade.
Your top tower is under attack.
Axe charges. Ooh, axe light. Not yet. Into war, come to pass. Good day to fight. To battle!
Yeah, I'm trying to. I want to get important.
Enemies need killing! Blade mail! Rest is for the dead. Axe brings the axe. Axe run.
Can I get some spins?
Into war's teeth. Axe goes. Axe kills you. Axe brings the axe.
We should get back. We don't have idiot return. We lost fire.
Blah 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 blah.
Can you guys stop fucking farming jungle while we're fighting? Push towers.
To the enemy! Axe is not ready! Axe, axe! Lose him! Axe run! Forward! It is not yet time! Good day to fight.
Radiant
Axe
structures are fortified.
Forward. Axe, take your coin. To the enemy.
야마지게 내 속이지 게을러지지 않기와 내 속이지 말가 내온이들이 시키는지 마네킹 같은 와마대 너는 하세요 yo 꼰대들의 동공 지진을 위해서
To battle.
지켜주는 월화는 행복
Not yet.
우리 아직 젊은
Attack.
마크와 일성 색깔의 술들은 저리
Good day to fight. Axe run. Axe is not ready. Here comes the axe. Rest is for the dead. It is not yet time.
You gotta side somewhere, bro. There is some great fights here. Increase in wards.
Cut and run. Fight if you can. Axe goes. Axe chop you down to size. Into war's teeth.
Hey Yanvo, thanks buddy.
Watch your streams and relax. Thank you, Smiley.
Oh my god! Oh dude, that god strength? It actually saved him, I think. Oh.
Axe's edge is keen again. Axe attacks. Axe charges. Enemies need give up. It is not yet time.
Care.
Into war.
Get back to push.
It is not yet time. Rest is for the dead. Good day to fight.
Oh my god.
Sipping on E like it's Corvino. Make this next shot 4 mil, we gon' see though. Dollar in a dream though. Kick in the door, forget the keys to the keyhole. Take it OT, overseas, special disease. MCs need chemo, finito.
Can we get this one?
Is your real name
He's alone,
Ranjit?
bro. Can we do something on that? PP, please?
Yeah. I mean, this is terrible, dude. Fucking do something this game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
To the enemy.
No, we're gonna kill him. Oh, lucky him, I Hey, push the lightning over. Something actually. Instead of just being here for like 2 minutes.
Dire structures are fortified.
Charges.
Your top tower is under attack.
Enemies need killing.
Your top tower has fallen.
Back.
To battle. Axe run. Axe go. Assault Kiras. Cut and run.
Can you get this Q1?
Into war's teeth.
I'm happy.
Good day to fight. Enemies need killing.
What the fuck?
Rest is for the dead. To the enemy. Prove yourself.
Radiant structures.
What the? I missed both of them?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Blazing your guts. Prove yourself. Triple kill.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Axe run.
That's fine, boys.
Back.
Fine, just run, bro.
You fucking little bitch. Oh, this got a sheep stick. Wow. Is that even real? Did I not use blade mail, guys? Then I forgot, or was off cooldown. I don't really care.
Axe cuts anew. Good day to fight. Axe charges.
My bitch too. Niggas can't fuck with the rebel, it's my mental. Way more advanced than these sucker niggas low key. Yeah, I touch more
Rest is for the dead.
before illegally old enough to get a
So Vineet says, oops. Vineet says BM was on cooldown, and then you guys are saying that, oh, you should use it. You guys should just say, hey Bluespan, you forgot to use your 3 hearts. Bluespan, if you use your 3 hearts, sure win. Easy win.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Damage in the back.
Back.
Oh, play.
Money changes. A blunted axe is restarting. To battle. Axe brings the axe. Enemies need killing. Axe trades in death. Axe run.
Never mind.
Radiant structures are falling.
Cry some more. Come and get it. Into war's teeth.
Close down, just get out this.
No god strength.
Forward.
Yeah, well, he's going on it.
Into war's teeth.
What the fuck, man? A sentry.
Axe charges.
You guys just going for rogue. I think it's gonna
Cut and run. Axe go. Good day to fight. To the
Enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Enemies need killing. It is not yet time. Axe run.
Your shrine has fallen to the dark.
To battle. It's coming. Axe run. Enemies need killing.
Oh, my sentries, guys.
Cut and run. Axe is not ready. Ace my blade. Axe sharpened. Axe charges.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Axe goes. Axe is not ready.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Wet my blade.
Sophie Yane, thanks for subscribing.
Rest is for the dead. It is not yet time. To battle.
I'm dead. Wait, didn't Terribly have the Aegis? Who has the Aegis then? Oh, Morphling has the Aegis? Oh, he's gonna... Oh, fuck. Oh my god. That wand saved him. Oh, shit.
진심을 바라면 그 술은 절대 주지 마. 헛소리를 하고 악마의 춤을 출 거니까. 마치 밖에 시원한 바람이 불지만 시간이 너무 험해서 널 내 옆에 둘 거니까. 남자는 전부 똑같대. 아니 술 마신 남자는 다 똑같아. 너 말고는 아무것도 안 보인다는 건 네가 아닌 다른 것들은 다 잊고 있는 거야. 그러니까 내게 술을 주지 마. 당신에도 충분히 외로우니까 가위질을 하겠는데 모르두지 마. 사랑 찍고 본 너부터 먼저 알고 싶으니까 야 이성적이고 싶어 이게 나의 값이라는데 싸게 주고 싶어 굳이 움직이지 않아도 돼 내가 하는 말이 수작이 되지 않아 기분 좋게 우리 몰장
To the enemy. Into war. Good day to fight.
Hello, Ian. I'm good. How are you?
Forward. Wet my blade. Axe go. To the enemy.
No HP, no evasion.
Good day to fight.
Oh, okay. So you think you're better than me?
To battle. Axe is not ready. Cut and run. Into war's teeth. Yeah.
Hey, Devraj, I was asking him a question, man.
Axe is not ready. Enemies need killing.
That would be a very classical answer, Tundra.
Axe charges. Rest is for the dead. Axe runs. To the enemy. Tempest of battle. Axe goes. Cut and run. It is not yet time. Coin of the realm. Axe run.
Who's arrogant?
To battle.
Hey, man, go ahead. Who's arrogant?
Axe attacks. Into war's teeth. Enemies need killing. Fight in the air. Good day to fight.
Oh, they're chasing care, run. That's Shadowblade.
Rest is for the dead. Invisibility. Axe charges. Axe go.
Oh god. Oh.
The war may now continue.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Take my blade.
The enemy's middle barracks. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Not yet.
The enemy's bottom tower. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Axe charges.
Ah, shit. Oh, wait, you know we're throwing, hey? We have this game's not over yet.
The enemy's bottom barracks.
I wholeheartedly agree, Haku.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Are you able to play every single hero at your highest MMR?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Hey man, don't fucking dodge the question earlier, okay, bud?
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Dire victory.
Presidium. Is it a useful word, Liger? Okay, I will check out your word, okay? Let's have a look at this new word. God damn it! That's not useful at all! When will I ever use a standing executive committee in a communist country? Oh, spend vote me MVP. Holy fuck. Hey, hold DC. Why don't you just go ahead and answer the question? And for the record, I lose games all the time. Does it look like I don't lose games on this account? Jesus Christ. Fucking high horse boy over here. Hey Jorge, I don't have a favorite position or role. I don't have a team or no intentions on joining the pro scene.
Your turn to beg.
I'm a fake fan, you know, man. Jesus. Man, some kids just pull all sorts of weird shit out of their ass. Guys, I'm not good to be a pro. You have to be at least 7K to be considered maybe a pro.
Your turn to pick.
So can you answer the 4 questions that was asked of you? Remember, hey Irene, we asked you, who's arrogant? Remember we asked you that question? I think I asked it to you 3 times. Someone else asked you at least once. So can you go ahead and answer that? Okay, I'm arrogant. Can you please explain why? I'm interested to hear your intelligent and logical reasoning. Please. You're able to play every single hero. Oh, this guy. Let's listen to this guy. So, hold DC 77. You're able to play every single hero in normal match in your own MMR. Okay, so every single one of these heroes? Damn, man. You're really the jack of all trades, right? Master of none, huh? You play every single hero. Huh. Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
What position Undying is that? Right? And my question to you? Some of you guys are very bad at listening. Like, just very bad at listening comprehension. So Undying year 3. What the? Okay, I guess I play safe and carry then.
10 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
You know, just because you played a hero once or twice doesn't mean that you can play it at your highest MMR, man. It's fine, Tundra. I wasn't referring to you anyways. Oh, fuck, I gotta pick hero, man.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, bud. I don't give a shit why you keep watching. You can keep watching me on, but now you can't talk. Did I buy Battle Pass? Not on my Smurf. Can I stream an 18:9 aspect ratio? I could, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to stream for a specific niche when most people watch 16:9. Why'd you like the choice, Elsa?
Guardian of the flame. All paths find serenity.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, just stop acting like you're some kind of better person than me. Thanks. And Lagger, even if you're under 1k MMR, that you probably haven't even had chance to. People under 1k MMR can still be good at specific heroes, right? Let's say that you're 800 MMR, right? Maybe you only play Vengeful Spirit. And yeah, I cannot tell you when you subscribed. Hello, Daryl. Hi, Yorson. Hi, Yojin. Can I win without death? I can also win with Divine Rapier.
All action is reaction.
30 seconds to battle.
The road is endless.
Radiance is probably a good build here, since I'm in position 1.
Fear not the forest. What dangers lie here? Be wary.
The battle begins.
Absolutely perfect. Balance. Harmony must be earned.
I have chains, I have chains, I have chains. Oh, nice.
On and on again.
They sing the song of death.
You will be feared. Flame lights the way. Be wary. Be cautious. You face the flame. Destiny awaits us all.
Kinda deep, man.
Your end has come. The road is endless. Harmony must be earned. training. The stalwart flame flickers. Careful what you say. The way is clear. It is not your time. Come and learn humility. All paths find serenity. A test of training. It must be done. On and on again. Flame lights the way.
Ah, shit.
Walk a warrior's way. From knowledge comes skill. No path but through. A journey without end. You will be honored. Fear not the forest. Look at the flame. All action is reaction. What dangers lie here? Balance in all things. What must be discovered? Your end has come. Founded you and I. Balance in all things. The road is endless. It must be done. All action is not
Absolutely perfect.
flame lights the way. One more time. Walk a warrior's way.
No.
Destiny awaits us all. What must be discovered?
I'm gonna shrine top.
Your middle tower is under attack.
See you later, Lagger. Oh, sorry, man.
On and on again. Be wary. Be cautious. Be ensnared in fire.
step back, let me get the last shot. Slap shot.
Sucker. Mike, a catapult, dude.
Waste your essence. None escape my fire. All paths find serenity. Fire shall teach you. You face the flame. Fear not the forest. Harmony must be earned.
Where's my fucking items?
Tonight.
Ah! Fuck! I missed!
What dangers lie here? The stalwart flame flickers. A journey.
Oh shit.
Flame lights the way. All action is reaction. It must be done.
Oh shit. That turn rate is so bad. English only, thanks. Smash, 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 smash.
The stalwart flame flickers.
Absolutely perfect.
What dangers lie here?
Your middle tower is under attack.
You have no chance. You will be seared. Your place is here. No path but through. Balance in all things. What must be discovered? The road is clear. The way is clear. Walk a warrior's way. On and on again.
Oh shit. Oh man.
Hurry to the fray.
Oh my god, he's fucking survived this shit, man.
Fear not the forest.
Amazing, dude.
Destiny awaits us all. Have you a light?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Trial by fire. I aspire to more. All paths find serenity. Be wary. Be cautious.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
This lane is not very good for Ember Spirit. Not very good at all.
Fear not the forest.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The stalwart flame. My image steps forth. Tis not yet time. Destiny awaits us all.
This lane sucks dick, man.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
All action. It must be done. Flame lights the way.
What the fuck, man? Sucker. Good rotations, guys.
A journey without end. Be well, be swift. Unshaved in serene. Not ready. The road is endless.
Question mark? Quit? Thanks.
Most gracious. A gift of training.
Yeah, give me the farm.
Serenity. What must be discovered? Walk a warrior's way.
I'm good.
Balance in all things. Tis not yet time. None escape my fire.
Oh yeah.
Be wary, be cautious. Be ensnared in fire.
Nice.
Serenity. The way
Oh yeah, bottom.
Rune and every fuel scope given. No path but through. Destiny awaits us all. I'll take your Fire shall teach you.
Have a good night, Matt.
Come and learn humility. You will be feared. Your end has come. All action is reaction. Walk Fear not the forest. Solid you and I.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wisely.
Hey, yo, hold up, bring that beat back.
Harmony must be.
Dire structures are fortified.
Flow, man.
Why'd you ban that guy, Lulu?
The road is endless. I shall teach you.
I'm actually okay with that, and I noticed that. Maybe he's just a really big fan. You know, so I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. And that's publicly available on my Instagram, so.
Prepare for it. You face the flame.
I play too much Ember? Huh. Well, I'll play the hero of your choice if you want to make a donation.
On and on again.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A journey without end. Prepare for a lesson.
Well, okay, Lulu.
Regeneration! What dangers lie here? A journey without end. The road is endless. Be still, little knight.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Be wary. Be cautious.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Forth, my friend.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Not your best effort. Who's that sporting fellow?
I don't have TVs, bro. Huh.
Flame lights the way. Thanks be to you. Harmony must be what hands I have. Never refuse good given.
The enemy's top
Thanks, Bia Buddha. Glad you like the Ember Spirit games. Yeah, I really like Ember Spirit. Such a high skill cap here, you know.
Walk a warrior's way. You will be honored. Balance in all things.
Oh wow, shit. Oh no. Oh man. Fuck, I wish I had Radiance there. Oh, he's much stronger than I thought. Oops. Oh, you don't use his magic stick.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Monster kill. Flicker on the wind. Destiny awaits us all. Fear not the
Your
forest.
middle tower is under attack.
All action is reaction. The way is clear. I need more time. No path, but take your way.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Wow. They just got steamrolled, dude. Damn, Sanking talks a lot of trash.
Must be discovered.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fear not the
Your
forest.
bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
You have no chance.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh man! I think it's right. I got a remnant over here.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower
Destiny awaits us all. On and on again. Harmony must be earned.
Your top tower
Oh
is
shit.
under attack.
Flame lights the way. A journey without end. All action is reaction. Warm to the touch. What plans I have, I shall teach you. The way is clear.
그냥 서 있어도 간지가 펄펄 그 위에 까만 몬스터 펀런앤 번거 무대 위를 컨커 날아다녀
Beware, be swift. It must be done. You face the flame. Our paths find serenity. Walk a warrior's way.
지금 내 기분은 완전 쳤어 하얘 떨어지면 너로 바로 샴페인 친구 불러 모으는 보는 밤새 쳤어 하얘 떨어지면 너로 바로 샴페인
Flame lights the way. Fear not the forest. Burn forth my way.
Oh. Oh man, I come for nothing.
Tis not yet time. Hurry to the fray. I need more time. Harmony must be earned. Captured in the play. What dangers lie here?
Oh shit. Diving fountain. Wow. Wow. Oh fuck. Little YOLO. I'm running out of item slots, huh? I kinda... No, I don't need this Quelling Blade. You know what? I was thinking to keep this Quelling Blade because of the Monkey King. But I realized actually I can just destroy his trees with remnants, so this Quelling Blade is unnecessary. Would you agree the enemy team rate clicks a lot and use blink daggers a lot? Would you also agree Radiance is better for disrupting that kind of thing? Oh, he did it.
What must be discovered? Be wary, be cautious. And yet, they persist. You will be feared. Come and learn humility, my loyalty. None escape my fire.
Man, this guy talks so much. It's okay, Namdota. Doesn't matter what you feel.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Radiance is a fact. A threat for blink daggers.
Tis not yet time. You face the flame. Your end has come.
The enemy's middle tower has
My
fallen.
image steps forward. The beings. The highest. You and I.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower is fallen.
The stalwart flame. Drink deep. Lost in the hailstorm. Oh, Panther.
Hey, Namdota, if I were, let's say that I was playing a tanky initiator, let's say Centaur or tanky initiator, so someone who naturally builds Radiance, and let's say that you're playing Axe or you're playing LC, if I, in a team fight, I would blink on you every single time.
Victory at long last.
Yeah, like if I play like, let's say Radiance or Radiance Sand King, I would blink on you every time. Then you don't have initiation.
Sharpen my swords daily. These rappers, I want their heads. Growing up in the East Coast from the Migos, all I heard was Chinito in the park shooting free throws, sipping OE like it's Corvino. Make this next shot 4 mil, we gon' see dope. Dollar in a dream.
Yeah, I don't really like Safely and Ember Spirit, guys. Just maybe I just don't like the Radiance build. It's such a slow build. I had to spend so much time in the beginning farming. I can't reliably. Okay, actually, Sand King Radiance is a bad example, but Tanky Initiator.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't have to blink Burrow Strike, just you know? Yeah, Urn's a great like way to counter blink too. But remember, like, you have many tools at your disposal. You don't have to necessarily go with one. And Radiance isn't just the counter blinking, you know? Like, there are many other reasons. Like, in this game, actually, Radiance is a superior build in this game, because, like, these 3 heroes, maybe even the Shadow Shaman, they're very reliant on blink daggers, right? So, if I just play anywhere near them, I can cancel their initiation.
Let's get it poppin', filled it up, all the way up, bro. Pass that back, let me get the last shot. Slap shot the fuck out that puck to fake rappers looking like a mascot. Chase the pace form.
I think I gotta play position 1 again, guys. I gotta think about what position 1 I'd like to practice. Hey Namdod, you keep narrowing it down into like these small usage situations where, like, I don't know why you keep trying to argue, dude. Like, yes, Shaman is threatened by Remnant, right? But the AoE of Remnant is really small, whereas the AoE of Radiance is really big. I don't have to hit Shaman with the Remnant, whereas like if I stand simply just very close to him with Radiance, it'll cancel his blink. Neko's 3rd skill does not stop blinks. Like, this should not even be a debate. Like, Radiance counters blinks. That's it. Like, it's... I don't know why this is up for debate, you know? It doesn't matter, Namdoda. Yes, I really see that you don't understand the value of Radiance. I don't know why you keep arguing that it's like it should not be bought, even though, like, yes, I did die next to Shadow Shaman, but there were many times where he died himself. Like, he shackled me, and then I was burning him with Radiance and Flame Guard, right? Like... Please, just agree, man. Like, Radiance counters blinks. I know you can say, like, oh, well, Shadow Shaman had Glimmer Cape. Yeah, we can fucking argue, like, all day, you know. Okay, Namdo, that's fine, man. You can think whatever you like.
Your turn to pick.
Hmm.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Can you pick? I haven't decided yet.
Your turn to pick.
I think PA is actually a pretty good pick. Yeah, I play PA. Yeah, like Namdod, I noticed the other day you were shitting on the Zeus the hero, right? You're like, Zeus bought refresher eggs, right? And you basically calculated the cost of it. Like, you said it was like 8,000 gold worth of items, right? And you said easily countered by BKB, right? Well, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, if you pop BKB, Zeus's 2 Nimbuses will not damage you, right? But like that's a very narrow-minded way of looking at Zeus, right? I could just as easily say, well, Zeus could just wait for your BKB and then use it afterwards, you know? Like, I know that BKB counters that one situation, but let's say that Nimbus is not attacking you while you're BKB'd, right? The Nimbus might be attacking your teammates instead, right? So, I mean, like, it's not like he's buying it just to get you, you know? So, I mean, like, no, like, refresher eggs is legit, right? But, like, I think you seem to be very close-minded, you know, in certain situations. Like Dota's so situational. Like there is always like a play to outplay some whatever strategy you can possibly think of.
Creeping in.
Hello, and today I'll go in as the bar brawler type character.
Okay, man.
Where falls my shadow, fells my blade.
I like the role playing.
It's not a roleplay, dude. It's a general description.
Yeah, you did it last game. It was funny last game too.
I do it every game, man. Don't make yourself.
I can tell.
I mean, what kind of name is Green Dog, anyways? Like, what's the backstory on that?
Through their guard.
It's a fighting pup character in your lingo.
I'm but a shadow. They see me not.
Is an UOV or orb of venom.
30 seconds to battle.
Moving quickly.
Alright, so we got the Snake Spitter. We got the special guest character, Greek god Zeus.
Anyways, Namdo, my unsolicited advice to you is just to open up your mind a little bit, you know? Like, just, yeah, just open up your mind a bit.
I don't know what this is called. The whore.
Like, you'll find that I don't have very strong opinions on many
Alright,
things.
Venno, don't fuck around in this lane, because, like,
Hey,
you'll
let's
kill us
care.
pretty easily.
Right.
My list has 5 names on
Like,
it.
I tend not to have very strong opinions about anything, really.
It is not done yet. Yes.
Whereas, like, you tend to have very, very strong opinions, and sometimes
In I go.
it causes you to be myopic, you know?
Like a wisp. Quick strike. Least expected. Didn't you see me?
Venno, are you smoking weed, dude?
Yes. Denied. Have some blade.
I don't like playing. I don't like
Meeples.
playing Meepo, and I don't like playing against Meepo. But I will never say something like Meepo is shit hero. You know, like never play Meepo. He's no good for anyone. I don't have those kind of opinions. It's just like Meepo's more like some people like vanilla ice cream, some people like chocolate ice cream. That's it. You know. I don't have a strong opinion on Meepo, but it is a fact that if you don't have a counter for Meepo, he'll dominate the game. So that's why I often ban Meepo. You know.
He lacks a stout shield.
I will not hesitate. I'm easy to over. One for the phantom. Without remorse. Creeping in.
Best counter to Meepo?
Quick strike.
Probably Winter Wyvern.
No. Oh yes. Have some blade.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Oh yeah, you got him.
I wanted you to go way earlier.
Stricken out.
Here we go, guys. Here comes the flame.
Wait, can you bring me out? Oh, never mind.
Sorry.
They see me not.
Yeah, I can't read your mind. You know, you gotta speak.
Alright, here comes the passive aggressiveness.
I'm being passive aggressive?
No, not me, man. Not me.
Oh.
Moving quickly.
Jesus Christ.
In the blink of an eye.
Oh, hello, Johnny.
I'm but a shadow.
I'm probably dead.
Taken by surprise.
Oh man, I should have told this
You can
Lich
kill him, I think.
that I needed him to bring me
he's
some
dead.
items.
Both of them are dead, dude. You can kill this guy too.
Ah, shit! Fucking iron. Oh no. I can't get these last hits.
There falls my shadow, fells my blade. Here I am. Denied.
I don't have mana.
Surreptitiously. Sneaking.
Hey.
Oh, hey, you're alive. That's great, man.
Yeah. Hey.
Creeping in.
What items am I bringing you?
4 items. Thanks, man.
I see
My edges are running. Slyly. Without remorse. Collecting my fee. Where falls my shadow, fells my blade. Moving quickly.
I'm gonna put them on you now.
They see me not.
Thanks. Oof.
Look sharp. Ha!
5 mana runes.
In I go. Very well. Don't blink, but this should make my life easier.
Gold for me.
Oh, we're fighting. Uh-oh.
To their god. I'm under attack.
I'll bring you south.
Yes.
I'm just gonna try. I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
In the blink of an eye. I'm but a shadow.
Can you imagine if we killed their mid player? Wow.
Surreptitiously.
So what, am I going Vlad's? I guess I'm going Vlad's.
Without remorse.
Where's PA?
You don't have to.
Yeah.
PA, don't fuck me, bro.
Attack.
Alright.
Stay.
Oh, yes. They see me not.
Nice.
Greedy. Creeping in.
I'm gone, bro. Ravenna, we should have just ran. I know you're dead, dude.
Ooh. Nice.
Like a wisp. Yes.
I go ward mid for our mid player.
Why the fuck do I have 2 clone blades? Whatever.
1 for each hand.
I'm not sure, Warlord.
In I go. Look sharp. Sneaky. Quick strike.
Played a wand. Wow.
I'm but a shadow.
Got to me.
Blink of an eye.
Ooh. Mommy. Mommy, I'm scared.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Yes. Bake him away, toys. Bake him away.
I get sunstrike. Get out. Oh, well, we see what they have vision.
Coming top. What the fuck?
Nice.
This is Invoker.
We're gonna get Sunstrike, bro.
He's live. What the fuck?
Woo. God, I'm so pro.
Oh my god.
Wait, what killed you, dude?
The urn, man.
He's
The urn.
going the Clawswax, Clawswax the urn build. That's what killed him. Why are we? Okay.
Bet you're glad to see me again. Like a wisp.
Demon standard radiant structures are fortified.
Begin.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think we can push before 30 minutes?
I think Battlefield is.
Yeah, never
I
mind.
get it ASAP.
Have some
Also, I needed to cut trees.
Yeah, no, never mind.
taken by surprise.
I forgot Zeus was our mid.
I want to get mana drain.
I'm buying Tome. Oh shit, there's a witch doctor. Alright, they have 2 urns, boys. We won. Rebound.
Ah!
Been on runes.
In I go. Sneaky. Look sharp. This should make my life easier.
Oh
Pop ball if you want, we'll go.
Shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Double damage. Don't blink or you'll miss me. I am not ready. Moving quickly.
Dude, oh my god.
Oh my god, indeed.
Have some blade.
Yo, why are all the brewmasters fucking brewlings? Like, why are they all in control group when you spawn? Can you change that shit?
Slyly.
Like, they're just all selected. I don't want them to be selected.
Quick strike. Blink of an eye.
Well, that's the thing, Namdo. I'm not buying it just for cutting trees, you know. It's also a farm
I really wish you didn't
accelerator. Hey, you hear that, Zeus? Hop in that time machine.
Don't play that hero.
Why? What's wrong with Zeus, bro? You get Ags and
Died.
you fuck everybody.
Yeah, he's not gonna get it though. Oh, he might get it. We're actually gonna carry it. I don't know.
Namdo, are you in my
I
game?
don't know. It's fucking 3-3. No impact in this game except kills, like stealing kills. All 3 of his kills are from just stealing them right at the end. And he's gotten ganked mid like 4 times because
It's okay, man. It's okay. He's good against Nature's
You gotta
Prophet.
relax, dude.
Also pretty good against Invoker, Sven.
Your
He just
middle
needs to position
tower is
himself
under
well.
attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Don't look now.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Keeping up.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Vlads.
I'm keeping top.
Not yet.
Holy shit, man. These guys are on the ball, that kind of stuff. Oh, crap.
Be careful, Invoker's here.
Born to strange sights.
Oh. Oh, Panda has ult.
Very well.
Why are we so scared?
It is not time yet.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Well, that was not good.
One for the Phantom.
I think you guys should back, like all of you guys.
It is not time to kill. Not yet.
They're dead. Invoker's dead still. You can keep going, dude.
Yeah, you can.
I'll go bottom.
Not yet.
No, let me get some kills, dude.
It is not done yet.
My way to kill an extra.
Let me farm.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let me farm. What the fuck? Are you close to item or something, man?
Yes.
I don't know where you went.
I'm but a shadow. Oh, yes. In silence. Didn't you see me?
Oh, Invoker's mid, good.
30.
In the blink of an eye.
Does he have vessel charges or not?
Slightly. It is not done yet.
I am gonna go farm bottom for a while. For a long while.
Is under attack. For me. Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
You guys should get ready and back from mid. You remember when I drew that line? You guys remember that? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Not yet. Like a wisp.
Not yet.
For the veiled ones. Without remorse. Not yet. Here I am. I am not
Almost
ready.
Battle Fury. We'll have a spike in the mid game.
We can probably kill this guy. He's alone.
Okay. You can run him.
Go, 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 go.
We're not ready.
Oh no.
Have to do.
Run, run.
Slyly.
Get out, dude. There's like 3 bottom.
Surreptitiously.
Oh, that's an illusion.
Back.
I'm but a shadow.
Yeah, there's 3 bottom.
Alright, go on top, finish my Battle Fury. No, that's the most useless tower in the game.
It is not time yet. I'll slip through their
Plus they have a ward up, right?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh yeah, baby.
Battle Fury, you are mine.
Okay, Zeus, that's fine. Let's do it.
It is not time yet. They see me not. Sneaking.
Use your ult, Zeus. Oh shit, he's already bottom.
What the fuck?
Look sharp.
Are we defending this?
It is not time yet. Dire structures.
Zeus and I cannot.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm walking back.
Not yet.
Oh,
your bottom tower has fallen.
Blink of an eye.
For the
the veiled ones.
Oh, Venom has Midas, dude.
Yes.
Coming. Oh shit. Brewmaster can use your ult.
Dead, dude. He ulted.
Use your ult, Zeus. Here, Brew.
Quick strike.
Nice.
There's Zeus Thunderbolt.
I'm an immaterial girl.
Your top tower is under attack.
Good fight.
I am not ready.
Try to get this tower.
Have some blade. Good shot. Yes.
There's someone up here. We can kill him.
Where falls my shadow, fells my blade. Creeping in.
Sven has blink.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Can I get a runes?
Stand a chance. Very well.
Zeus goes for them. I think he does.
Not yet. Moving quickly.
Can someone come here?
Yes. This should make my life easier.
Double damage.
Arms for the dead.
Ha! Double damage. They see me not.
Can I do this? I don't think I can.
I can armor you if you want.
Nah.
Surreptitiously. Not yet! Without remorse.
Let's wait for PA to get BKB. And we'll fight.
Strike. It is not time
This almost
yet.
has Axe.
Sneaking. I am not ready. In I go. It is not time.
The D-warding here.
Attack.
You know what? You know what? Zeus, you confirm.
Slyly. Oh yes.
Taking like 90% of the farm. I'm like, okay, Zeus, you can have it.
It is not time yet. Taken by surprise. I'm but a shadow.
Okay, me and Zeus are very close to power spikes.
Yep. All that's warded. Be very careful.
Are we defending this or?
Sadly, we can't take that either. I think you guys should get back.
Like a wisp.
Your top tower is under
It is not
attack.
time yet.
Your top tower has fallen.
Hey, Zeus, have these. Alright, Zeus got eggs.
He has Axe.
I almost had
You're
BKB.
close to BKB.
Blink of an eye. Where falls my shadow, fells
All
my
of this
blade.
is warded.
Not yet. I'm easy to overlook.
He has pipe.
Yes.
He just Prophet has pipe. How about this? Are we defending this, guys?
Yeah, we can defend this as Zeus comes.
We need Zeus.
They can't stop
I can go in first.
Is under attack.
like a wisp. It is not time yet. I am not ready. In silence.
Zeus, they're probably coming for you.
Surreptitiously.
Hey, can we help the Zeus?
I am not ready.
I'm here, buddy. Keep running.
I'll slip through their guard. I'm under attack.
Zeus? Oh shit.
Have some blade. At my hands is an honor. You were a fool. Slyly. I am not ready.
I have ulti still.
Moving quickly. It is not done yet. One down.
Stop it, Brewmaster.
Go. I will not hesitate. It is not time yet. Sneaking.
Can you guys get mid or what?
Yeah, I think we can get mid. Actually, no, I can't. No, we can't.
Very well. I am not ready. Without remorse. Yes. In I go.
Zeus, can you ult for vision?
Or you'll miss me.
Ult so we can see the rune? Thanks. Let's come here.
Oh, they're dead.
Help these guys, help these guys.
This should make my life easier. Ha! I am not ready. I'll slip.
Your
Do
middle
they have-
tower is under attack.
Yeah, dust.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Quick strike. Not yet.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Don't blink. You were a sacred target.
We're coming, bro.
Creeping in. I am not ready.
Zeus, do you have something, Zeus? Zeus, cast.
It is not time. I am out of the veil. I'm under attack. Not yet.
Now you fucking cast, dude!
I have failed the veil.
Your bottom tower is
Did I
under
have the
attack.
escape? Yeah, maybe if I use blur,
Yes, BKB.
some kind of play would be possible, but I'm not really sure.
We can fight this.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
That'd be tough.
I think that Sven has blink though, so he'll catch me at some point. Maybe. I don't know. Wow, they were the same place
It's
twice?
all coming back into focus. Here I am.
Why am I buying Nullifier? For this guy's Ghost Scepter and Invoker's Heals.
Falls my shadow, fells my blade. Surreptitiously. Very well.
Can you guys come here?
Can you put your D on that?
Yes.
Hey, hey, Brew, I can go in first. I have BKB, okay?
Nimbus.
Put your D
Yeah,
on that.
Nimbus, Nimbus, Nimbus.
Nimbus it.
It is not time yet.
Back.
I got top, I guess.
Not everyone TP, okay? See, if you guys all TP, they're gonna take Roshan.
Not yet. In the blink of an eye. It is not done yet.
Blink to me, maybe. Like,
Hey, Zeus is useless. I don't really care what anyone says.
It is not done yet.
At all.
Fucking late BKB? Do you think you're better than me or something, dude? The fuck?
Dire structures are fortified.
BKB's down. BKB's down.
What the fuck, man? My hotkeys, dude.
Whoa.
oh, dude.
My teammates.
I am not ready. Have some blade. It is not done yet. I'll slip through their guard.
We can kill him, we can kill him. Keeping him.
Now we can.
In the blink of an eye. Sneaky.
Yeah, Roche is still up.
Slyly.
Oh, Brew, I guess.
I'm good, I'm good. I need that though.
Yes.
What's Roche's health at?
Like one, like he's got 2/3 left.
Blurry. Least expected. I am not ready.
Zeus, can you invest in Boots of Trap so you can stop the NP?
I am not ready.
Cool.
Moving quickly.
They smoke over here.
Be careful, dude. I have BKB as well, but like.
Or you'll miss me.
Hey, Zeus, can you all... I need to know if they're doing Roshan.
Alright.
Nice.
That. That's some MVP level shit there, PA.
Thanks, man.
Well done, my dude. Watch out for NP. Gonna try split gank.
Creeping in.
Wow.
We have Aegis and they don't have their core. Oh.
Ha. Surreptitiously.
Oh, Veno has a Hex, alright. You might go on. Let's go. I'll defend bot. He doesn't show all of TP. Yeah, he showed bot. Alright, sick. I got bot. Just stay until like this time's up.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Blink of an eye. I am not ready. Moving quickly.
Double damage. Just double damage. Yeah, you want it or not?
Yeah, seems to be. He's got Aegis. We should be on him. On BKB.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
His Aegis. Yeah. All right, get back after the PF.
See beyond the Not yet.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Oh, I threw the game, guys.
I'm coming. I already skipped. Okay, get out.
I think you let your green one die. Get the blue one out. Let the green one die.
They're smart, but not enough to kill it. I lie.
So what's the priority for? Oh yeah, blue one. Nice.
You might have to buy back.
That's okay. I buy back.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Yo, man, don't get caught. Yo, blink.
I don't have BKB.
Oh shit.
MP's gonna split push. Put wards down here.
Tower is under attack.
Nice. We have to flip up soon. Nice ult.
I need 2 more items. Maybe Basher.
TPing bot. Or walking bot, I should say. Runes in 20.
Help this guy. I'm coming.
AC, you say? I don't know, AC. Well, he's going Monkey King Bar, so.
I'm coming.
That's very easy to kill because.
I see you. Yes.
I'm getting a rune spot.
Hey.
They see me not. This should make my life easier. Like a wisp.
Gold for me.
Hey, Lich, you can bait this rune.
Good, yeah.
Don't blink or you'll miss me.
Arms for the dead.
I will not hesitate. Not yet. Yes. It is not time yet.
My bad.
Falls my shadow, fells my blade. Slyly. I'll slip through their guard. I am not ready. Oh, yes. It is not time yet.
Monkey King Bar.
In I go. Missing bottom. Yes. Slyly.
He shows I'm down.
He might be bait.
Surreptitiously. Oh, yes. It is not time
Okay.
yet. Without remorse.
Does it? Hey, Lulu, when is Roshan timer?
Attack. I am not ready. Yes.
Are we pushing this?
They were backing.
Not yet.
Someone shows.
Here I am. I'll slip through their guard.
61 Aegis.
Mid might be the play. Just see if we can get tower.
Invoker's bottom.
Just get shrines.
Invoker bottom.
Sneaky.
MP ult down. We want to push it up.
Ha. I'm but a shadow. Quick strike. One for the phantom.
Push mid up.
Don't blink or you'll miss me. Creeping in.
That's for the Aegis, so I was just a little late on it.
Thanks, buddy.
Very well.
Roche might be up again. The boss fight, I mean.
No.
That's my shadow. Fancy blade. Not yet. Without remorse. Not yet. In the blink of an eye.
We can make smoke plays, Chris.
Silence.
I'm coming with the smoke.
Got to keep my hand in. Like a wisp.
You want to wait on your abyssal?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
I believe that this is good for us. I think our late game's better.
In I go.
Runes in 30, play on that, and then go after him. Smoke.
Hey, Lich. He's not a good target.
See me not.
Just want to see if I can bait a BKB.
Actually, none of us have buyback right now.
To their god.
Zeus, can you all for vision?
No.
No, we want to do it so we can get the runes. It's worth it.
All of them are good except for that one. You got abyssal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, chill on Shivas and then we can go, I guess.
Yes.
Hmm.
You just sunstrike, Roche.
There's a DD? Holy shit, let me come get it.
Very well.
Can we smoke near the DD, please?
Not yet.
Smoke's on courier.
But a shadow.
Put it on shrine. Smoke on shrine.
Let me get my Shivas from courier.
Okay.
Slyly.
They increased the price? What the fuck? I thought it was 600, dude.
Moving quickly.
Oh.
Not yet.
God damn it.
Chill then.
In the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Alright, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
Big wave top.
Don't blink or you'll miss me.
Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna grab this D.
My shadow. Fells my
Just
blade.
grab.
Yeah, Roche is up, I would say.
There's like 50% chance it's up.
In I go.
Okay, let me just do it by myself. Just show on map and let me do Roshan myself.
Mm-hmm. It is not time yet. Have some blade.
Oh fuck.
Oh, you doing that was bad.
I daggered the thingy.
Alright, here comes the revenge of the Sven ult steal. He just...
Now we just get out.
Hey Zeus, come here.
Okay.
Give me cheese.
Like out.
Yeah, there's a cheese there.
The shadow.
I have it.
Invisibility.
Could be a BKB, dude. What the fuck?
Oh,
I couldn't pick out the cheese, so I got kind of confused. Anyone help the Zeus?
Put that shit in your backpack.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Keeping pop.
The Nature's Prophet has Hex and Halberd.
Moving quickly.
Big disable guy.
Not yet.
Alright, you got pretty good wave clear for
To
him.
their god. In the blink of an eye.
Full top.
Yes.
What happened to cheese? The brew got it or something? Oh, brew's got it.
I
Alright.
have it.
Sharp.
Can we kill this guy?
I am not ready.
He's really
Just gonna keep
tanky.
Like a wisp. It is not time yet.
Wow, I'm a bad
Okay.
player.
NP's already top.
I tried to Shiva.
Oh, you know what?
I
That
know,
MP,
I know,
he's
I know.
25.
Slyly. Yes.
He went to TP cooldown.
Regeneration. They see me not.
Guys, I can't see the chat right now. Here, let me refresh it. Okay, now I can see chat.
You will stand a chance. Very well.
I'm gonna go Hex.
Creeping in. I'll slip through their guard.
Hey, Lich, can you run at this guy?
It is not done yet. Taken by surprise.
He has Hex, so...
Doesn't matter, I have Nullifier. Okay, we want him to buy back.
Alright, let's...
In the blink of an eye.
Don't die, please.
I am not ready.
There's a DD and a Daedalus who play very safe against him.
Hey Zeus, can you buy TP? Come buy TP scroll, please. Hey, Vendo, you need to join us.
Have some blade. Here I am.
The enemy's
Knight.
It is not done yet.
Spend TP.
Are we pushing top?
Yeah.
Are we pushing top?
Yeah, we can push up, push up, push
Yeah.
up.
No, we want the buyback from what's his face.
We want the buyback. Yeah, he's right.
I need blink. Alright. Don't go deep, don't go deep.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Attack. Look sharp.
Let's not have it.
I'm but a shadow.
When's the Aegis
Yeah,
go
let's
off?
back,
Like
let's back,
30,
let's
right?
back, let's back.
You want to bait the Aegis?
Okay, do we have vision? We can...
Oh yes.
We have wards?
There falls
Oh, you guys need to buy more wards.
my blade. Don't blink.
Hey Zeus, come grab this this rune.
Not yet.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I don't have TP.
Keep my hand.
No, he can't do it. No, you don't have to TP. You're not accomplishing anything by TP.
In I go.
Pushing out bot. Oh, you got it. Love communication.
Hey, yeah, actually, I wanted to play around this Aegis, but you guys are gone.
I did. Yeah.
Moving quickly.
I'm pretty sure pushing top and using it there to die would have been the bait, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
Without remorse. Not yet.
I'm your god too.
Get back now.
We fighting? We could. He's alone, dude.
It's TP cooldown, no TP cooldown.
Slip through their guard. Not yet.
So this Nature's Prophet
bot,
wants
we
you
get
to
the
run after him, guys. He's got the 25 talent, so don't always just go after him.
I am not ready. Quick strike. I am not ready. In the blink of an eye. It is not time yet.
What are you gonna build, PA?
I'm thinking Divine Rapier.
I am not ready. Creeping in.
AC pretty good.
I'm under attack. Moving quickly. Yes. Oh, yes.
Building Hex.
I deserve this.
In I go. They see me not.
This guy says action runes.
Like a wisp.
Warding it.
It is not time yet.
Is that not the proper term? You say runes, it could be either the boundary runes or not, right?
I think power runes.
Very well.
Never heard of that one.
It doesn't fucking matter.
Sneaking. not hesitate. Not yet. Yes. The least expected. It is not time yet. Where falls my shadow, fells my blade.
Okay, is anyone close to a big item? Because I think we want to play again.
I am. Sort of. I'm sort of close to head. I still have cheese. Do you want cheese? Anyone want
Zeus get the Octarine. That's actually kind of fucking big deal.
Here I am.
Alright, we'll chill till you have sight. If I get eggs, I get eggs. If not, we go.
Slyly. Without remorse. Oh, yes.
Oh, satanic. Okay, that's good.
Good job. It is not time yet.
That's actually really good. Status is what's it at, like 30%?
Yeah.
Big tornado.
Zeus, can you ult for Rune Vision?
Bot safe.
Moving quickly. Like a wisp.
Did that before I got Octarine.
Like a good bauble.
Sneaking. Invisibility.
Yo, can we?
Get back, bro.
They're gonna run at him. They don't have anything to teleport to though. Yeah, I might jump this Witch Doctor in a second. I'm gonna jump him.
And NP's bot, and so is the Sven. Sven has the TP. Good call.
Dude.
Zeus doesn't have any big spells left. Get out. He needs Nimbus, but not. Yeah.
I almost have cheese,
Alright.
dude. Who wants cheese? I'm 6 slotted if I get Hex.
Slyly.
I know.
If I give it on Zeus, right? If I give it to Zeus?
He's six-
ah,
he's
fucking
6
6
slotted.
slotted. Alright, give it to me, give it to me.
Don't blink or you'll miss me.
Man, this game is so boring.
Think.
I have smoke. Are we smoking?
I'll slip through their guard. They see me not.
Play around Roshan.
Have some blade.
I need.
Yes. Very well.
He has blink if he sees you, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to blink on top of him.
In I go.
You consume
I
the
have
moon
Hex. I have
shard.
Hex. I have Hex. Where is he,
Where
dude?
falls my shadow, fells my
Here.
blade.
Big kill, guys.
Attack.
You didn't have buyback last time. Go bot.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go bottom. I'm gonna grab this haste in a sec. Don't worry about top. Don't worry about top. Don't worry about top.
Yes. Haste.
Your top tower has fallen. Your top tower has fallen.
Good.
Let's push then.
Don't blink or you'll miss me.
Yeah, I have to travel. I'll keep pushing bottom.
Has fallen.
Taken by surprise.
I have really high primal low. I'm just gonna ult.
Okay,
you.
go. Yeah, yeah, just go in.
Just see, we're just pushing. We're just pushing. We're just.
Didn't you see me? Like a wisp.
The enemy's bottom tower has
Dude, what are you doing there, bro?
Holy shit.
That's not what. Now you bought back. TV top, TV top, TV top.
We gotta get this Rax first.
Your top barracks are are under attack.
Alright.
Dire's structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
I'm gone, bro.
I don't have mana. Oh.
Get back.
Mana, dude. Yo, I'm getting out of here. I don't have mana.
You can lose Rex. It's good.
You
Mass
can just go
buybacks.
Roche now. You can Roche.
Yep.
Almost have buyback.
Let Lich die. Let Van Mancer get out.
Leave me. Leave me.
Oh, yes.
Leave him too. I'm sure he has buyback. Yeah, 7,000 gold.
Like a wisp. Slyly.
I might trade my Vlad for some. But I'll say buyback.
I'm but a shadow.
If you're gonna trade it, I still think AC is a great item.
Very well.
Alright, looks like we're gonna have to use our buybacks.
They see me not.
They might Roche right now.
This should make my life
But
easier.
we have to buy back.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
I'll slip through their guard. Have to keep my hand in. Yes.
My favorite customer.
Where falls my shadow, fells my blade.
Alright, next fight decides game.
Don't blink or you'll
It takes a lot to kill it. Benno, why are you not buying back?
Ha!
Oh, we're Roshan, can you...
Surreptitiously.
Care, bro.
Benno.
No, he doesn't have to buy back. It's fine.
I just wanted to say something.
Blink of an eye.
He doesn't speak English. It's fine.
I go.
Well, there you
He
go.
doesn't speak English, dude.
Yes. Sneaking.
Let me push out top.
Moving quickly. Didn't stand a chance. Without remorse.
He is abs.
Taken by surprise.
Can someone go into Roshan?
I'll not hesitate.
Sneakily if you can. Just blink in if you
I
can.
can.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Look sharp. Looking in.
I can't give you the words right.
Butterfly, dude.
Surreptitiously.
They're all there except MP, so they're pretty much all there.
Hey, Vano, can you just blink in?
Bro?
Very well.
Blink in where, dude? And why?
Roshan.
Slip through their guard.
Be careful, PA.
In the
Your
blink
top
of an eye.
shrine is under attack.
Here I am.
They saw that.
Okay, okay, back. Get out, then.
Your top shrine
Where
is
falls
under
my shadow,
attack.
fells my blade. Collecting my food. Sneaky.
Let's do it immediately.
Like a wisp.
He has butterfly, dude. What the
I'm but a
fuck?
shadow.
He's scared of me. He knows I won't buy Monkey King Bear.
Yes.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Yes.
Your top shrine
yes.
is under attack.
In I go.
Might even go weird.
They see me not. you're not ready. Slyly.
What are you buying?
Wait, how do I still have 6,700 gold? Zeus, can you look? Zeus.
Alright, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Coming.
Can't do shit.
Ha! Your bottom shrine is under attack. Ha!
Yeah, there.
Okay, let's do Roshan.
Alright, yo, PA has divine rapier, so like if she dies, make sure you pick that shit up.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Oh, we can fight this.
Can you finish Roche, dude?
Your bottom shrine has fallen.
Alright, I'll take cheese.
Alright. I'm gonna buy Moonshot real quick.
Refresher 2, put that shit on the Zeus. Put on mid.
But he already has refresher orb.
Surreptitiously.
I guess that's
Can you
a
imagine?
lot of.
Can you imagine 3 Ninduses though? Wow.
What about second refresher
Double
orb?
damage, yo, get that.
Oh,
double
let's
damage,
end this
bro.
game right now. Let's go.
Oh, let's go game. Man.
Don't blink or you'll miss me. Double damage.
Where do you want to go? Top?
Just run down mid.
It's already pushed.
I hope you don't get back toward top.
It doesn't matter. No, we're going all in on here. Can you just go
Alright,
in?
you're the boss.
Yeah,
I'll
just go in. I'm gonna jump on one of these
Split.
bitches.
Yeah, split. Right there.
In I go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
A mana boost, anyone? Mana boost?
Has fallen.
Oh, mana. Yeah, let's get these buildings. Oh, there you go. Need mana boots.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Keeping back home. Very low.
Okay.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
He's keeping top high as my ult. I'll just throw it at him. It's
Wait,
fine.
we have megas.
Oh yes.
Going down top. Throwing ult.
I'm gonna try to kill Invoker, I think.
I have ulti.
Waiting for the show. He's keeping back.
Oh, mana, dude. Need mana. Oh, mana.
Heavy back there. Cool. This game goes.
What are you doing, bro? Just get out.
Let me blink to you.
I'm under attack. It is not time yet.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, you fucking little bitch. Where's my divine rapier? Where is it? Oh, there it is.
That was close one.
Nah, I had buyback.
Yeah, I know it.
Oh man, I fucking pussy out.
Oh shit. Blink out, dude.
Pussy out. Look at what? Just free kill?
Hey.
Alright, good job.
Hey.
GG. Legend 6?
Name is John C.
Yeah. MVP? Me? Yeah! Oh, what a cool looking Zeus. Yeah, give me all the MVPs, thanks. Hey guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
You fraudulent, inject that collagen from your heart to your cartilage. Only around for a season, you hang like ornaments. I'm tearing down all of it. Fake rappers are confident till I rip it out open condiments. Straight 자구리 다 마무리. Yo girl know what's up with us properly. Taking heads by the dozen. This neighborhood bubble be buzzing. US in London, tap it in Dublin. I run it, the ship and be bubbling. Whip that bitch ass every day. Son, you with my Harry Kane. Ay. Hesitate, salivate, predicate, click, that tatted face. Ay. Boy looking like a rebel, like a chain. Dollar bill, rubber band man. Frontin' nobody with your gang. The moment you alone, get the back end. I ain't got time for you punks. Low on funds and never showing love. You a straight dud. Boy, don't be touching my duds. Get out my truck, I flips that clutch. Buck you bun jiggy. Duck cool that bun jiggy. Drop top cool tattoos. Meet up, gudger, you bun jiggy. Little touching, you bun jiggy. Meet it, gudger, you curve jiggy. Rat the run and chum jiggy. Buck you bun jiggy. Duck cool that bun jiggy. Drop top cool tattoos. Meet up, gudger, you bun jiggy. Little touching, you bun jiggy. Meet it, gudger, you curve jiggy. Rat the run and chum jiggy. I ain't got time for you bones, you skirt little chump, you a good jiggy. I ain't got time for you bones, you skirt little chump, you a good jiggy.
That was the whiny lich. He's only a little whiny, but only about the Zeus. Oh yeah. One sec, guys.
내 가슴 매구절을 칙칙 난 내가 보고 듣고 한 것 아님 그냥 지식 뻔히 걸릴 구라치면 그냥 내가 빙신 내가 왜 내 무덤을 파 JM 등 뒤에 난 묻어서 가 마이크폰을 잡고 한글만 10수년을 랩 따뜻한 게 자랑이지 여치 부심이냐 어디 나를 쫓아오려 해두번 기가 딱 하나 부러워니들의 유지비가 내가 존경받는 이윤 최고라서가 하나 매번 내 한계를 한당해도 부심이가
Have you ever considered using Google to check how much MR required for each medal? Alright, Namdo, I will read your comment in just a second. So damn thirsty. Yeah. Alright, let's read some of these comments. GG, guys, GG. Yeah, I think that game was kind of boring for 80%, but it kind of accumulated at the end there. With my Divine Rapier. I had double damage too, I think. Pretty cool at the end. Thank you, Mode. Once you hit Ancient, you can't call this Can't Your Smurf anymore. Why is that? Thank you, Randa. She wants to party. Hello, waiting from Malaysia. Thank you, Lulu. Who cares about Smurf? Battlefield is play to lose versus NP. You think Battlefield is play to lose? I think it's a pretty big deal that I can get out of Sprout, though. I mean, the only way I can get out of Sprout is with either my Blink Strike, which is like, what, 5-second cooldown, or is it 4? It's either 5 or 4.
The Phantom creeps
5 seconds. So there is a window of time where a very smart MP player will immediately Sprout me after a Blink Strike. And that's just too deadly for me. Combined with the limitations of your team's draft led to a 30-minute game. No, I think even if I had bought Desolator, I'm not really sure that would have changed that much. I had difficulty killing NP 1v1 due to his plus your itemization. Missed several ignored opportunities. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, though. That's the thing, is that I don't have to kill NP. You know, like, the objective of the game is to kill the throne, right? Like, and there's many ways to achieve that goal, and I don't have to kill NP. I really don't. But I mean, you're not wrong saying that, like, oh, he bought these items and I bought my items and I had difficulties killing NP, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Yep. That's the thing. I make safe plays. Safe, calculated plays. What are your thoughts? I'm from Canada. You're a fan from 2015? Well, thanks, man. Hi, Siraj. Okay. I still don't know what you're trying to imply. Why am I the best? I don't know, man. I have so much anti-Sprout. I mean that's one solution to a problem, right? I think you really want MP to die, but honestly, he's not my problem. Like, I think I would actually argue that if I'm running around trying to kill NP, then that's play to lose, because he will just waste my time. Like, that NP, remember, he's way more mobile than I am, right? Like, if I'm always just running after NP, yeah, I just think I'd rather just be farming creeps than trying to farm NP. Yeah, that's a problem to you, but that's not a problem to me. We have different priorities. Thank you for suggesting this, Biabuda. Who's your favorite pro player? I like Eternal Envy. What do I think my problem was? That's a great question. Let's have a look. So actually, Venomancer went Midas, so that by itself stalled the game. I mean, he could have gone like. He could have got like mech earlier, and then we could have actually won some team fights. But he went behind to Midas. We just like, regardless. I know that you want to play aggressively and you want to run around killing heroes, killing NP, but that's just not what I'm trying to achieve. I genuinely think I don't think that we can end the game before 30 minutes. Like, I don't think it's happening. Like, we're gonna be playing cat and mouse with this Nature's Prophet the entire game, and we're gonna be losing. Like, if we're trying to run around, like, try to trying to chase him. Like, it's so hard for us to push into high ground. Like, we just don't have the capabilities. Like, okay, if you look at our lineup, right? Okay, Lich, he can't siege buildings, right? Venomancer, I mean, you could argue, no, he's not going to siege buildings, even with his shitty poison wards. They don't do damage to buildings, right? Like, he can't siege buildings. Zeus not going to right-click the buildings, right? The only person who can kind of, like, okay hit the tower is Brewmaster and maybe me, but even then, like, remember, PA, he doesn't crit buildings, right? Like, he's not that great of a sieger, too. We just have a really shitty sieging draft. We also have inferior team fighting capabilities because of the Venomancer went Midas. If he had gone mech, maybe we would have a chance, but I think the Zeus is underfarmed, right? Yeah, Zeus is underfarmed. Invoker was so far ahead of him, right? And this Zeus is not relevant until like minute 20, right? So by the nature of the draft and the item choices in this game, and also how Zeus played out middle, the game was not gonna. It's not going to be a short game. Like, there's no way getting around this. Did I win the PA game, JT? Yeah, buddy, I did. I got MVP. I bought Divine Rapier. Yeah, so at the very beginning of the game, actually, I think it was the Lich who... He also tried to argue what you tried to argue. He was saying, like, seriously, PA, you're going to buy Battle Fury? I'm like, yep. And then I simply asked him the question. I was like, do you think that we can end this game before 30 minutes? And he very quickly changed his mind. He's like, okay, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Okay, buy that Battle Fury. Like, if you buy Desolator, right? Like, that would be the alternative. Just run around trying to kill heroes, right? Then you're pigeonholing yourself into a particular strategy, and that is to win team fights, right? If you go Desolator, you can go Desolator Medallion, as you suggest, right? And you can try to win team fights, but I don't think I'm going to win those team fights, even with those 2 items, because those 2 items does not change the other items that my teammates have bought, not to mention our draft and the enemies, right? So I would say that you would have to be so good at execution and team fighting and win every single team fight to basically benefit from the Desolator Medallion combo. Whereas if I buy Battle Fury, right, it's a very safe choice. Like, remember, Battle Fury also adds damage. It's not like it doesn't do damage, right? It gives me the unlimited sustain that I need to basically jungle without ever going back to the fountain. It gets me out of Sprout, which is actually very dangerous if the Nature's Prophet is very intelligent. If he sees me Blink Strike, he'll Sprout immediately, if he's smart. So I needed that. And also, if I buy Desolator and I don't kill heroes, then I fall behind. Whereas, like, if I buy Battle Fury, I'm slightly not as good at killing heroes, but I'm guaranteed farm. So it's a way safer choice. Yeah, I can hang on the Quelling. Yeah, I could do that. But once again, Battle Fury will let me farm. Desolator makes me farm questionably. Alright, where are we? Yeah, we're playing. Thank you, JT. Glad you liked the games today, Devraj. Oh, you're leaving. See you later, bud. Thanks, Rab. Says Sven was scared because you weren't buying Monkey King 4. No, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. So somebody questioned, I think somebody on my team said, like, oh, Sven's going Butterfly, you know? And what I said was, like, he's going Butterfly because he knows I'm not going to buy Monkey King Bar. Because he's scared of me. Yeah, he's really scared of my right click, so that's why he buy Butterfly. Oh, welcome back to Raj. Yeah, I just don't have the item slots for Monkey King Bar, so that's why. Actually, I like his Butterfly purchase. Glad you like the explanations, Akira.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
You think NP's item build is play to lose? I think about what you said after I think about this draft. Good job, Devraj. I gotta play like a 4 or something like that. Pipe? I think Pipe's really good. No, I think Pipe is actually really, really good. I disagree with your assessment on Pipe because remember, we have Venomancer Zeus. Everything's right span? What does that mean?
Your turn to
Playing some Pudge.
Your turn to pick.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks, DMS. No, the pipe's really good. I think you don't respect the magic damage. Like this Nature's Prophet, he respects the magic damage on our team. And you have to remember that pipe is a 2000 magic damage shield. 2000. Also gives an aura, right? So, I mean, potentially it blocks more than 2000 damage. So, and it also makes him tankier than magic damage too. So, actually, this Nature's Prophet, he respects the Zeus. He respects these three heroes a lot. But I think you don't really respect the Lich, the Venomancer, or the Zeus. Personally, yeah, I really think the pipe's a good purchase. But let's see, he has Blink. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion on his item build. I think it's quite good. Yeah, he doesn't need boots. Let's see. He stalled the game. Yeah, I think for the purposes of ratting and split pushing, his build is really good. And I don't have an opinion on whether the strategy of ratting and stalling the game is good, but for this purpose, it's quite good. And they were doing really well early game. Okay, maybe not. I don't know. They took a lot of our towers early game, so I don't have an opinion on this. Oh, there's another Vanit here.
I'm pretty nice and chungy, pussy ass rappers. Whoa! Ha! Whoa! Whoa! Ha! Whoa! Ha!
Yeah, I could turn on the I can turn on the betting if you want.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, this is totally in the bag.
Doom's a support, I think. Here, Earl, let me turn on the betting.
Trouble, trouble, a destiny. 느껴져 아파. 느껴져 사랑해. 내게 미친
30 seconds to battle.
난 웃지. 이렇게 웃지.
Hey, hey Namdota, I need you to do something for me since I'm gonna turn on the betting.
Yes.
It's okay, I can hook into tower, you know?
Your camp.
So Namdota.
The battle begins.
I know what you want to do here. If I lose this game, you want to rub it in, right? You want to be like, haha, see, Pudge's shit here. You want to say something like that, right? But I gotta ask you, man. I need you to refrain from being really, you know, like that. Agreed? Betting? Did I even turn on betting? Oh, I did turn on betting.
Forward.
Thanks, buddy.
Right.
What's my budget for Vietnam? That's a great question. What the fuck?
Coming through.
So for food and accommodation and transportation.
Hi, hi.
Let's see. We're staying there for basically a whole month. I would prefer to use. It would be great if I could just use $500 US.
Yes. I'll bring the sword to the land.
Oh shit.
You got it.
Yeah, I'm frugal. He wants a creep.
Right to it.
Oh, he's blocking my shit.
Oh, yes. Get over it. Good idea. Yep.
Ah!
First blood. Have I got juice on me chin? Oh, yes. Here I come. Choppers are faster than ever. Right to it. Get over here. I'll flat you.
Nice.
Hi, hi.
Thanks, buddy.
Bigger paints.
Here, have a tango.
Yes. Right.
Yeah, actually, I was interested to see how nice that place that Jennifer has planned is, Johnny.
Whatever.
Oh my god.
Ultimate sacrifice.
Don't fucking ping me.
Uh-huh. You can't keep me down. Lightning. Double down now.
Ah, shit.
Time for a little butchery.
Runes, grab the rune sticks.
Yep.
Sucker, way too slow, man.
Selfish. Coming through. Forward. Good idea. Lip smacking. Oi! You got it. Uh-huh. You'll miss me now. Chop, chop! Stop you. Uh-huh. It's cleaver time! Time of a chase! Carnage!
Thank you, bro.
Forward!
Fuck.
Here I come!
This guy's really chat muted. He's fucking pinging the shit.
Right. Hi, hi! Eh. Heading out. Whatever. Right to it. Waiting in.
It's a juicy looking PA.
Yes. Yeah.
Haste.
Yes. Good idea. Coming through.
Yo, I have 6. I have 6. Oh man. You can probably TP out. Oh, you can just fight them both. Am I half Vietnamese? Maybe.
Never happen again.
More. How's your farm?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Runes, runes.
Yes. Crush me! Whatever. Selfish. Right.
Dire structures are fortified.
What's that mean?
Double damage.
Time to cut
Oh, they're
my
to the bottom.
losses.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
How much does Flight Johnny? $80 to $100. Okay.
Yes.
Doom is 6.
Here I come.
bottom tower has fallen.
Oh man, this is great. Ooh. Yeah, I like beaches, guys. But if you guys don't like beaches, I respect that. It's not like something I have to have, you know?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes! Forward!
Well, one of them had to die. Yeah, but Namdota, have you tried bringing 2 hazmat suits?
What if
Double the
that's
protection? What is he? Oh, he's waiting for. Don't let him use the courier.
Your top tower is under attack.
Go farm, guys. They're doing nothing here.
Fuck! They have vision here, man. Yeah, no, that's.
Yes!
Is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Nice counting.
Out of the way, Ogre. Ah.
The enemy's
Runes,
top tower
runes,
has
runes.
fallen.
Here I come. Fill your lungs up. Just pop the last of me back. Yeah. My waters rise.
Mine!
Selfish.
There you go.
You just want attention. You don't want my heart.
Smell the fish. We devour you. You won't feel a smell good, don't it? And now. Chopper time! Look who's coming for dinner. Back to
Ooh, I have enough Raitos.
Yes! Hi, hi! Let's get beat. Boy, fresh time for a little butchery! Good idea.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Right. Get over here! Ah!
No!
Eat my wake!
Shut your attention, whoring mouth up. Thank you. Oh, I see lots of farm bottom.
Has fallen.
This is support. I love farm.
Yeah, see this ultimate, be careful. Without patch this.
Right to it! Take a beat. Cut to the chase! Double kill.
You guys don't have your most important player. Me.
Double kill. Heading out. Oh, yes. Smell it. Yes. Waiting in. Whatever.
Patch, you must do all this with us. You don't need to farm.
Hey man, I just spawned.
Forward. Ah, yes.
Is this really my...
Here I come.
You weren't so damn
Guys, I play a lot of heroes.
Again.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you doctor? Why are there so many mods? I can explain this question. Think about it this way. People who come to my stream all the time and who I liked generally, I make them mods. If you don't talk and if you don't come all the time, I won't know that you even exist. Right?
I wait.
He's not dead.
Hi, hi. Haste.
I'm dead. Kill PA though.
Round over.
Yeah, if you're not a mod, I don't like you. Or you just need to donate more money. Right, Sam? How about second donation?
Coming through.
Maybe these guys should do Roshan or something.
Uh-huh. Right to it. Head now. Coming through.
I don't boost, man. Peregrine took.
Second donation.
Wait, is that the Hobbit's name? What about third donation?
Can you start?
Damn it.
Forward.
Your middle tower is
Ah,
under
he's dead.
attack.
Pudge best hero.
Good luck.
Hey. Indeed, Pudge best hero. But excuse me. What
I
about
will take the rune.
fourth donation?
Good idea.
Invisibility.
Yes.
My God, I want some action.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You deserved it.
Yes.
Can you guys just do Roshan? Do Roshan. Easy. So easy.
Yeah, go rush and group up, guys. Stop fucking farming alone.
Wait, what? No, that's not how you count.
Selfish.
What about fifth donation? Now I'm gonna keep going as long as I can, Robert. Why not? I like money. Should Pudge get it?
Immortality.
Wait the cereal and then finish the game.
Cereal? Oh fuck, there's a fucking teamfight going on. Can't concentrate. Fuck.
So finish this now.
Now I'm gonna have to go onto this website and read the comment.
The end of the path is the beginning.
They have RP.
Is that what it said? What about 6th donation?
Enemy's bottom tower has
What number am I on? I've already forgotten.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Command money for easy GG. What number am I on? Am I on the 5th or 6th donation? I think 6th, right? Alright, okay, Lulu, alright. Excuse me. What about 6th donations?
Whitmore stands.
Johnny, one day you're gonna forget just as much as me, if not more. I guarantee it.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Thanks, Lulu Chan. Man, I get so much money just for saying stupid shit. What about 7th donation? I also do brain exercises. I play Dota too. Very intensive for brain. Yeah, person who donates the most money has the biggest penis.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks.
Strategy actually works.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
This pudge's too good.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Pudge best hero? Oh yeah, right. We made bets.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
No! Vote Pudge, yes! Hey! Hey! Oh, another vote! Pudge MVP! Yeah, what about 7th donation, Arjeet? Come on, get your money, get your wallet out. Arjeet. Oh, we have game ready. Oh yeah. Betting winner 0. What the? Oh my god, it's gonna be one of these games. Oh my. Somebody told me yesterday that restarting solves this issue. We're gonna test this theory. Is that a Russian guy? Yeah, I'm actually gonna get the chair later today because today is the last day of my Staples coupon. Oh my god! Ah, 4 minutes 58 seconds.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
How many people are watching right now? What can I do in that time, Johnny? Remy at GR85. 191. Okay, so let's count the number of minutes that we just wasted for all of us. All right, let's do some quick math. What's 191 times 5, guys? $1,955? What the fuck? Oops. Ignore the part where I said 1. So that's what's that divided by 60. So we literally just wasted 16 hours of time for the entire world, which includes everyone watching the stream. Wait, is this correct? Yeah, this is correct. Order of operations. Good. Avengers Donation Wars. Well, thank you, Sam. You know what's funny? You actually started the second donation war. Because if my memory serves me correctly, you've ever made 1 donation. Ever. And now this is your second donation.
Donation wars.
So I said, what about second donation? And then we went all the way to 7? 8? I'm rich. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get the chair, yeah, later today. Actually really excited.
That's the wrong donation value. Rules violations. Yellow card.
Yeah, Sam. How could you violate those donation rules? I can't believe you. That is just appalling. You know what you can do to make up for that donation rule violation? You could rectify it by donating properly. Thanks. One minute, 30 seconds, guys. Is my chat broken? Oh shit, I didn't scroll down. Oh shit, I thought no one said anything for the longest. Warcraft 3 Orc versus Humans? Is that not the title of Warcraft 1? Give back my Asian card. I'm old! Video settings in Dota 2? Sure, man. There you go. Try not to spam, okay, bud? New Blitzbanks video is hilarious. Yeah, I saw it in my feed. I didn't watch it because it's 20 minutes long, but...
Next donation for PLS.
Thanks, EB. What number are we on? What about 9th donation? 10th donation? I don't know. I'm rich today, guys. Thank you, everyone. What about 9th donation? What about 10th donation? Anyways, I did see the new Blitzbanks video on my stream. My feed on YouTube. And he basically just rated all of the different hot female Dota 2 characters, like Lina, TA, Windranger, Crystal Maiden. Haven't seen it though. Watch Blitzbanks, guys. Hello, Apen. Oh, we can find game. Final donation will come from Bill Gates. That'd be nice. Mr. Billionaire. Glad you like the song. Holy fucking spam. Why no one mute this guy already? Jesus. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Initial. Good job, Sam. Okay, I'll be sure to do that. No Vulcan? Is there a reason why I would want that? Yeah, make sure you give me that 1/10 of a cent. Oh, I forgot to accept. I don't think you can do that.
Your turn to beg. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
내가 미친 건지 네가 미친 건지 미친 너를 못 떠나 내가 미친 거지.
10 seconds remaining.
What's the challenge for the donations? I don't know. You guys just keep one-upping each other to measure penises? Sanford mod, you say? Haku, that is a terrible idea. And you know why? He's gonna think that I like him. Holy shit.
You know what they say about big donations.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Someone violated donation rules.
10 seconds.
Was it not supposed to be 10-10? What do they say about big donations?
Your turn to pick.
God, I'm so rich today.
Your turn to pick.
You guys want to see how much you donated so far? $54. Oh no. Let's just make it 60. Damn! I can eat McDonald's for a week. A nice dinner? I usually just cook, man. Save some money. Oh yeah, Johnny, it'll be my travel budget for sure. I should buy a TI9 ticket. TI9 ticket, yeah, I want to see TI9, but it's a luxury for me that is not necessary. I just like to pay my bills and eat food. Wah wah. If you can eat at McDonald's for a week with $60, then you're probably wasting it. Sorry, I don't understand how that's a waste. Could you explain that to me? Isn't TI9 in China? Yeah, it is. Yeah, traveling's expensive. Tickets are expensive too, aren't they? Aren't they like $200 US? How much is Grand Finals week? Grand Finals ticket? I think they released the price of the tickets, right? Alright. Blah, 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 blah. Get tickets.
Ymir.
It's in the bag.
Fuck's going on?
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, sure. Onward. You betcha.
Oh, yes. This one, my friends, is in the bag.
This fucking website doesn't work. I can't even click on anything. All right, let's listen to Sam's proposal.
Come here.
Blue, if you make me a mod, I promise to abuse my power. All right, fine. Sam, you're a mod. Congratulations. Well, don't let it get to your head. Don't actually like you. Come here, Razor.
The battle begins.
Who's ready? You bet. First blood. Yeah. The North comes with you. Yes. I was just getting warmed up.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Orb of Venom. Best item.
Let us fight. Watch my hand. Why not? Yeah. Okie dokie. Oh no. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Snowstorms are coming. This is outrageous. I'm back. What did I miss? Dusky. Yeah, sure. Got it. Cozy cold. If you say so, you are going nowhere. Got it.
Why would I let the alchemist kill me? That sounds retarded.
Sounds like a good idea.
Oh, this Euro's so action-packed.
Got it. Mm-hmm. Freeze! Chill up. I dare them to fight me. Yes.
How in the world do you even get into Immortals? By playing really well? Are you trying to imply something, Christopher?
The North comes with me. Yes.
You can't get there yourself? Well, you know, it's so easy, then everyone would be immortal, right? That ain't how the world works.
Got it. I say. Let's see what you're made of. Love the gold. Yeah, sure. Middle is missing. Snowstorms and coming.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah.
Should I buy Urn this game? Well, Spirit Vessel is really good. Oh, this guy's buying it. Oh, I don't have to buy it. Good. Didn't want to buy it.
If you say so. Sounds like a good idea.
Alright, let's kill Shadow Fiend again.
You betcha. Time to bruise. Much better. Is a great conductor. Get ready. Here I go. Survival of the fittest.
What are you doing, Spearbreaker? Oh, you going bottom?
You betcha.
What are you doing, boy? What are you doing? Go, 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 go. Get him. I need help. I can't go in.
Time to brawl.
He has a fucking salve.
Onward. A good warm-up. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna show bottom. Shadow Fiend sees me bottom.
Good to be good.
He's gonna think it's safe. And I'm gonna TP mid.
Why not? Yeah.
Oh shit.
If you say so. God, this will turn the down temperature.
Where's my fucking help?
I know I respect it, but first you have to earn it. Burn out on a cold wind.
They started without me. Onward.
Oh shit. Yeah. Rage buyback. This draft, Josh be ace.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's fine. He's jungle mode, you know.
Better wait. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Why not? The North comes with me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. I'm under attack. Let's go. I much better.
Oh my god, where's my fucking team, dude? Bake him away, Spirit Breaker! Bake him away!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
One more! One more! One more! One more! Holy shit.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Sounds like a good idea. Got it. Got it. Snowstorms are coming. Alley-oop. Attack. That's the luck punch. We see you.
I'm okay of trading with my life for Shadow Fiends.
Did anyone get the name of that wagon that hit me? Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Good to be good.
Alright.
You betcha. Snowball. I say. Action point. Got it.
You got him, buddy. You got him.
Top tower is falling.
Betting's not even turned on, by the way.
It's going to be one of those kind of fights.
Gust. Oh my god, dude. You got a gust before.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Let me get my arrows back, and then you can die.
You betcha.
Black hole.
Got it.
Dire structures are falling.
Punch.
Under attack. You betcha.
Oh, fuck. How did he see me? Yeah, Corrosive Haze? Oh my god. Fuck abandoned players. There's a double damage there. What the fuck?
I don't know where I was, but it was too warm. Yeah, sure.
Willie sees ya.
Yeah.
Willie don't care. Oh shit, Willie cares. Wah wah.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes. Okie dokie. Snowstorms are coming.
Go 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 go.
Yeah.
Go 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 go.
Snowball fight.
Oh fuck, I punch creep! Good job, buddy. Oh fuck, I'm dead.
Is a great conductor. Sounds like you that heat.
Get him. Get him. This guy's so dead. Boom. I forgot that Spear Breaker's a hero, guys. He must be having so much fun. Alchemist. Kill. Kill. Kill.
Yep.
How does Spearbreaker bash Slaughter twice? Wow, man.
Onward.
Come on, Spearbreaker. Let's clean up the garbage.
Why not? Knuckles. Oozing inclement bombs.
I got this. I got this. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
The North comes with me. Oh, that's smart.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Get a Spearbreaker. Wow. I don't even know what's going on. What the fuck is going on? No! Yeah, I'm actually setting this game up for a more intense late game by giving the enemy a chance mid game.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Go, Spearbreaker. Holy fuck, that blink is so quick.
The North comes with me. Mm-hmm. You betcha. Fight! Got it.
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Back some snow on it. You'll be fine. This should be fine. Why not?
Your bottom tower is
Holy
under
shit.
attack.
If you say so.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Your top tower is under
Dude.
attack.
What the fuck? You can hurricane peg up here. You can gust.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dead. Love with the good. I say we should trade blows. Snowball snows really fine.
Ah, shit. Oh, I should use my tome there. I can punch him. This game is so exciting. What the f- Wah. Wah.
I'll get ready.
Wah.
Here I come.
Wah.
You betcha.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
Sounds like a good idea. Equatorial punch.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Hello?
Your
Hello?
tower is under attack.
Hello? Hello is no longer a sound effect, sir. We lost? Oh, here comes the Drow Ranger.
A lonely death.
64 kills in 22 minutes, boys and girls.
The fight is back on.
The fight is back on. Oh shit, somebody needs help. So don't let him go.
Let's go.
Click him, you pussy.
Yeah, snowball.
This game is a gong show. Help this guy.
All right. Sparring.
Good thing I got my 90 gold per minute talent.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah,
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Snowstorms are coming.
Your top tower has fallen.
Gold is a. I say. The sparrow. Why not?
I'm dead. I just died in 3 hits. And we lost.
This should be fun. Nice shot. Onward. You betcha.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Cloudy Punch.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yep, Dota 2.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Holy shit.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is
Oh wait.
your middle barracks has
Oh no.
Yes.
We saved it.
Got it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Alley-oop.
Oh yeah, I got Blink Dagger now.
Ah, shoot.
Yeah. Spike Quelling Blade.
Yeah. Cool off. If you say so. Yeah.
Job, Vinny.
Some kind of a nice pick. Mm-hmm. Sounds like a good idea. I say. Let's go.
No, 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 no. Oh god, not again, not again, not again! Oh my god! I don't even know what to say. Pretty sure they have a ward here. It might be here? No, 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 no. Or is it here? Or is it here? Yeah, we lost it. Well, having fun is the most important thing.
Snowstorms and guns.
Your middle barracks are under
Oh, what the? This is Sparta. This is Sparta. Oh my god, that's done so long.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Like that? Like what? Yeah, this game is so stupid, Vinny. I like it. I like it a lot. And for the record, Vinny, I think that nickname that you made up, it's really strange, man. And no one knows what you're talking about.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh.
They will not know what hit them.
I know you're trying to be friendly and cute, Vinny, but it's just a little strange, you know what I mean?
Yes. Good to be good. Snowball. I say. Yeah. If you say so.
Oh, I got caught in this shit.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is falling.
There's not a whole lot you can do about that, you
Your
guys.
bottom barracks are under attack.
Yeah, the game was a little nuts. Almost 100 kills, you know? We can make it to 100. I'm sure we can.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
I'll even buy back for it if I have to.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Snowstorms are coming. I shine. better. Snowball.
99? 100! I fucking give no shits. I don't care. I don't care. I can move my glasses. There we go. I had a joint somewhere. Where's my joint? Oh wait, that's only for the other one. Why did I kill myself? Well, of course, for the 100th kill in this game of Dota 2 Nam Dota. Why else?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy now.
The 100th kill celebration. I should have said something in all chat. That would have made a lot more sense. Am I gonna win? I don't know, and I don't really care, to be quite honest, so. I don't think we're gonna win. I mean, there's always a chance.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Your aura, Drow, your aura. You have button.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Black hole! Black hole! Black hole! Oh my god, this is so fucking stupid.
Double damage.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
My ancients?
I have punching
Alright.
for you.
Your ancient is under attack.
Snowball. Let's see what you're made of.
This fucking game.
Come and fight me.
Road to 150 kills.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Yeah, sure.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
Why not?
And you're good? The fuck?
Onward.
Just started playing this game and started bragging already?
Your ancient is under
attack. Ah, we lost.
Dire victory.
Is Midnight Pulse magical or is it physical? Oops. I don't mean to vote him. He's not MVP. How's Huskar gonna fight into Midnight Pulse with BKB? I think Midnight Pulse is pure, right? I'm pretty sure it's pure. Yeah, it's pure. Doesn't matter. He can buy Satanic BKB. Or he can use Hurricane Pack to get out, or he can use his ultimate to get out. Well, at least it was a fun game, guys. Yeah, Huskar did die 19 times, eh? You know, Namdota, you don't have to solve every problem that you see, right? As an example, the Midnight Pulse and Huskar thing. I mean, that is a problem, right? These are many problems. Pretty sure he needs BKB though.
Your turn to ban.
I'm gonna play Spirit Breaker, I think.
5
You're making fun of
seconds
Huskar? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know why, like, I thought we all saw that black hole coming, right? Wuxi? This guy says no Invoker, please.
Your
Trying to pick
turn
Invoker.
pick. Your turn to pick.
Last game, guys. Is that the drop from last game? Can you fucking get off my screen already? Thanks. Oh yeah, it is the same drop.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
이성적이고 싶어 이게 나의 값이라는데 싸게 주고 싶어 굳이 움직이지 않아도 돼 내가 하는 말이 수작이 되지 않아 기분 좋게 우린 물잔
다 이상 내게 높은 기분을 주지만
한 잔, 두 잔 비워내기 싫어
자꾸 건배하듯이 눈을 맞추지만
한 잔, 두 잔 비워내기 싫어 한 잔, 두 잔 비워내기 싫어
Your turn to pick.
Thanks, Lulu. Underlord mid. Sup, Esco? Try not to advertise your okay, but thanks.
My iron will shall break them. I run rampant.
It's in the bag.
Time to put this thing in the bag and drown it in the river.
It falls to me to inform you that this one is in the bag. Look there. Upon this plane, the beast of all worlds. Rampage.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's get back. There's 3 here.
I charge ahead. Of course. First blood.
First blood. My quest begins auspiciously.
The battle begins.
The peace is broken. Between the planes. All
This Coddle is really aggressive, huh? Oh. Nah, we can't reach him. Oh shit.
One world is much like another.
What is this guy waiting for? Why is he trying to be all sneaky and shit? Fucking annoying shit.
Steal courier for a second.
The way is clear.
Bearberger, look how low tide is.
Okay.
Upon this plane.
I have colds now. Just charge him.
Okay, I'm diving.
Between the planes.
Nice.
Slip into your pants, I'ma make it quick. Dripping down, honey, tongue get with a grip. Ping pong.
You know what? Maybe I should just kill myself in the tower.
All my bad bitches call the shot. 불 붙은 담배처럼 I'ma make it hot. 눈 깔아 when you see me on the block. 보여줄게 what it feels to be on top. 옥상 따라와.
See me in the gym, and she going down. I charge ahead. Run it, cut you down to the ground. Hit it from the back, 100 racks on the track, let it stack. She wants me to whip it fast, holla back.
More groom coming through, I'm coming for the cheddar. I'm good when I'm good, when I'm bad, I'm better. Think you got the juice, but I'm wetter.
Oh man, I come for nothing.
Yes.
흠뻑 젖을 때까지 지 밤새도록 내린 비 100 rounds of 접시 한 손봉에 떡지 섭씨 백도 오늘 밤 불초심 붙여
The beast of all worlds.
오늘 날씨 입어 우비 make it rain flooded 심사임다 홍순난데 지갑 날씬한 hurricane 위아래로 shake it up 엉덩이 quake
Wanna kill mid again?
I could. Yo, I'm gonna grab these 5-minute runes first. Runes, please.
Tyler is missing. Tide's missing.
God. Let's kill Underlord. Bash, bash, bash! Bash! Got him. I have nothing for you.
Coming to that shrine.
It's not time yet. I run rampant. As suggested.
Hey, Invoker, when I charge, I push him forward a little bit, okay? You understand?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Nice.
Your top tower is under attack.
God needs help, Chris. Go for Coddle. SB is so much to watch? I know, right?
Between the plains.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, fuck! Something... What happened to me there? Oh no, the blinding light.
Tide's missing.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower has fallen.
This game we got mid tower. That's really good.
Upon this plane,
don't have much mana. I can do one spell.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under
I have no mana. Just back out.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Very good.
Dude, I love this shirt. It's so fun, huh? Like that your job is literally run around ganking people.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The way is clear. Certainly.
Defend mid, I can TP.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Come on, Volker, cast some fucking spells, dude.
Christ, dude, that witch doctor.
Mm-hmm. No, this is not good. Chikiro, no, we're not gonna do this.
I have their scent. Indeed. The beast of all worlds.
Oh wait, I was gonna go. Dude, I got confused about what item I was gonna buy.
Charge ahead.
Shit.
Regen up.
Yeah, no, I was thinking like, okay, these both make armlet. Yeah, I was debating either. Either phase boots or power treads, and it seems like I bought one of each. Yeah, I could go Midas. I thought about Midas as well.
Coming.
I'm not sure that's a good fight, man. He has sentry. He just put down a sentry right there.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Wanna go?
If they start TPing, we can kill them very easily.
Certainly.
Go on that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
See ya.
I have their scent.
Yeah, Sunstrike Witch Doctor?
Walking over at
Sunstrike Witch Doctor?
Did that hit him?
Sunstrike? Yeah, your Sunstrike hit.
Correct. Regeneration.
Wow.
As suggested.
Did I just knock him down here? Oh no, I didn't.
All paths lead
ED right there, Draw.
conflict. Double damage.
Okay.
Look there.
Gotta get those rotations, you know?
Of course.
I use all my shit in mid. I can't do a little bit.
Oh my god, he's serious. They're very serious about this. Oh my wand! Shit! Oh. My fucking wand, man.
The kid's getting free farm with the Midas arm.
You know, we could just keep this for a casual Gloves of Haste.
Lost my way between the worlds for a moment.
We gank him with a couple people.
I must have them all.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's all.
Oh shit. Oh real, I can't even tell. That was a really unfortunate sequence of abilities casted.
When you see me use him up like that, just assume I'm gonna do all my shit right there. I pushed him into the wall. He would have gone back into the wall.
We can catch these guys. Get ready to catch these guys. They're gonna split after that tower.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, glorious day! Yes. I charge ahead.
Hey, they're gonna get top. So it's pretty good if we get this tower.
Yes. I run rapid. The beast of all
Rest is silence.
They don't have Underlord, I think.
attack.
Oh wait, I don't
Yeah,
have
they're
two
gonna do
scroll.
that when they have Underlord and Tide. Pretty much every fight's gonna be Ravage and Will-O-Wisp.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Back, CK's gonna pull you in.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fight, get ready to fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
All paths lead to conflict. Gold for me. Look there. I charge ahead. It's not time yet. Correct.
Man, I don't know. Can you Sunstrike the CK?
Endurance ride.
Oh man.
On this blade. One word is much like another. I send you
Your
beyond
middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
onward.
We can catch Witch Doctor. I can charge in 2.
Watch out, CK's there.
Double kill. I'm under attack. Mega kill. Triple kill. Between the planes. What's the bracket?
We lost.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Well met.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
I will.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yo, we don't have Jackie?
Nah, I wouldn't fight.
This guy doesn't have eggs. Holy shit. Get the CK if you can. Holy shit.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
You've got my dander up. bring you down. Of course.
Does any... There's at least 2 here, Joe.
Certainly. It's not time yet. One world is much like another.
Invoker doesn't have TP, so he can't join this
Is
fight.
under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
This guy's by himself, isn't he?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
It's not time yet. The beast of all worlds. Yes. I'll settle this.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
All paths.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Upon this blade.
Oh my goodness.
It's not time yet.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
I charge ahead. Indeed. Done and done. Look there.
We don't have any damage. Okay, and under.
Your top shrine is under
Oh,
attack.
I'm getting some damage.
Onward.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
You're not road.
Correct. Haste! Gold for me.
Now they are.
Between the plains.
Can you Sunstrike?
I already did. Check.
Oh, do you? Okay. Alright, can you tornado?
The beast of all.
We lost.
All paths lead to conflict. I will. One world is much like another. Yes. Invisibility. I charge ahead.
You want to go in?
Run rampant.
I like to charge them and steal it. Oh no.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
Yeah, that was dumb.
Yeah, it was.
Yes. As suggested. Charge!
Come kill the Spirit Breaker. Kill the Spirit Breaker.
barracks are under attack.
Glorious
How many damage?
on this plane.
A different carry than that.
Your top barracks are under attack.
Look there.
Your top barracks has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen.
Between the planes.
A lot of questionable plays, guys.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
How's he almost full HP already? What the? It's Drow. Oh shit.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Between the planes.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
See you later, friends. 40% status resistance. Ooh. The combo. It's Invoker versus Tide Hunter mid. Nah, waste of time.
Your bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega creeps. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
GG.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
Was it wrong to go Eul's first instead of Ags on Invoker? I don't have an opinion on that.
Your ancient is under attack.
I mean, it just changes how you play.
Radiant victory.
They kicked her butts. Excuse me, Paul? You just trying to look for a fight, buddy? Am I misinterpreting this? Let me know, man, okay? Thanks. Alright, does anybody have any questions or comments? That was my last game. That game was fucking over either way. There was no chance we could win that game. Nothing wrong with giving up. Right, Tundra? What a fucking troll lord. Hey, Roof, I'm from Canada. Alright, any questions, comments? I'm about to get out of here. Just because you can use sounds doesn't mean you should, okay? Don't do that again, thanks. Have a good day, guys. Am I doing jungle quests? Not on this kind of game because I don't have the battle pass. Would you like to see Invoker for a donation there, Agung? The stream is over. There's no more Dota 2 games, by the way. No more games. No more games. I'm done for today. We've already been playing for almost 7 hours. How about Smurf Jungle for donation? Jungle Expedition? Well, this account, I'm kind of scared to use my credit card on this account because reasons. So I'm not really sure how I would get a battle pass on this. I mean, if you wanna do that, then I mean, I'm gonna be playing. It's not like I'm gonna ditch this account anytime soon. But I'm not playing any more Dota 2 games today, though. You get all quiet and you get called out, right? Blue, like what hero? Which heroes do I like? I like to play Juggernaut and Ember Spirit. I also like to play Invoker these days. Wonder if the boss art am I looking forward to in the new patch? Well, it seems to me that Drow's actually is just way too powerful right now. She has like one of the highest pick rates in all brackets, also in the competitive meta, also has a very high win rate. So she's going to be nerfed really soon. I think if you... Yeah, you probably have to remove the 9 seconds silence talent and also maybe lower her ultimate proc rate by 5%. I think it's probably a pretty good nerf. You messaged me, did you? Okay. I will buy that next time I play on this account. Guardian Cruise will probably get a nerf. I don't know about that. It's already been nerfed many times. What is your favorite Dota team? I like EG because I'm from North America. Give plus 25 and I can sleep now. Nah, there's no more games. Why don't I use other ID? Well, like it says in the title, I'm practicing my least played heroes. Yeah, just Drow even because Doom's also hotly contested. But I don't think he's that strong. Well, Guardian Grease is very expensive too, so. Hello, Ova. Patrick, the stream's over. Any more questions, comments? Alright, I'm gonna get out of here. It's like 2 p.m. I haven't eaten any food yet. Anyways, thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys had fun. I will be back tomorrow around the same time. So it should be around 7 a.m. Pacific time. So around the same time today. Anyways, have a great day or great night, guys. And I'll see you guys soon.